I chose it very intentionally, actually. It's an interesting one, and maybe going to be a central metaphor in my dissertation. We'll see.
Stuff like that you need for the Yeah. But I thought it was more like you know what I mean? It wasn't such a.
I don't know how the other volunteers kind of, but if you want to find someone who's not doing it, because I'm just going to use my phone.
But like that moment. Should I start? Okay. Hello, everyone. I think, why not? Looks like, thank you so much for being here. I think we're good to go. So my name is Adriana, and I am practicing, and I very much appreciate all of you being here to ask questions at the end, hopefully, and give me some feedback. My presentation today is part of my ongoing PhD research that I'm doing on unceded Kanien'kehá:ka territory at the moment at McGill University in the Department of Integrated Studies and Education. And I'm really quite honored to be here to get to share, as I say, as this is a work in progress. So I'm going to try to stick to my notes, to try to stick to times. So please excuse me that I'm going to read. Anyway, I'm going to practice. Okay, so this presentation is called Thinking Through Land, the relationship between settler colonialism, land narratives, and social studies education. And broadly speaking, my research, which is in the second year of the PhD program, is to do with working with potential in-service teachers to learn about settler colonialism and also the possibilities for individual and collective anti-colonial actions in our teaching. My project considers how this learning is both theoretical in understanding settler colonialism as a system and also intensely personal in understanding how we are personally positioned within and may enact this system as individuals and professional educators. I put a familiar Winnipeg map up here, we were just chatting about that, of Confusion Corner, which is a nice famous illustration to illustrate the multiplicity and also the complexity of this work. And I want to say that all of the pictures are going to be in a Manitoba context, as that's where my research is going to be. So I'm going to switch slides. This might be a little awkward because, silly me, I forgot the printout of my notes. Of course I did, on my kitchen table. Anyway, so we'll work from my computer, it's fine. So I'm working with Hampton and DeMartini's 2017 research notion of critical land literacy, which they define as building a critical consciousness and understanding of land that centers Indigenous knowledges and presences, while recognizing the ways in which the past and the present co-constitute each other. Critical land literacy allows this personal and systemic learning to happen through a land-based lens that links land, sovereignty, and storytelling to historic and ongoing processes of racialization. This notion will form the basis of my teacher education research. Now, in today's presentation, I will briefly outline some of my underlying theoretical understandings of what settler colonialism is, and then explain 3 settler colonial narratives about land that are prevalent in educational settings, providing some examples just briefly of narratives from my own teaching experiences in Winnipeg. Understanding white settler narratives, such as the ones that I'll present, is part of the process of building critical land literacy and will likely be an important aspect of my future research project. I'm not speaking specifically about the diverse Indigenous ways of knowing, being, and doing that serve as important counter-narratives to what I share today. And I think our keynote speaker did an amazing job of speaking to that. So hopefully this complements it a little. I'm doing this intentionally because I don't wish to appropriate land-based knowledges, nor to share them at length without following community protocols of relational accountability. Instead, I'm turning my study gaze inward, and I'm looking at the systems in which I am myself implicated at the center as someone who's very successful in an educational context, as someone who likes school and who became a teacher because of that. and particularly as a white settler Canadian teacher who benefits from my citizenship, from my whiteness, from my social position, and also my ongoing land occupation on Turtle Island. Specifically here, right now, in Jotdage, this space we often call Montreal, which is on unceded Kanien'kehá:ka territory. So, a nice switch. So speaking to my research is an understanding of colonialism as present, as ongoing, and as ever-changing. Colonialism is not confined to the past. I'm viewing the settler colonial project as, in Patrick Wolf's words, a structure, not an event. So understanding that, according to Glenn Coutard, the settler colonial structures that form the Canadian nation state are deeply intertwined with the capitalist project and are founded upon unequal power relationships between groups of people, but also between people and the land. And here it's important for me to also engage both the social and the land-based power dynamics on Turtle Island, which include the incommensurability of racialization as part of these global interlocking systems of power. So to help you understand that just a little bit, I'm looking at Andrea Smith's work on the 3 pillars of white supremacy, different logics, different ways that relationships are constructed within a settler colonial context. And in particular, these ways erase Indigenous peoples while also simultaneously working in different incommensurable ways with other peoples of color and Blackness in particular. So in this paper, I'm going to focus in these interlocking, I put this one as the biggest just because that's my focus, not because it's more important in this context, I want to say that, but understanding that they work together, okay? They're interlocking, and settler colonialism will be focused on here, but I also recognize that the other pillars, which include the logics of slavery, and Andrea Smith's model falls apart a little bit there. She doesn't go far enough, in my opinion, on anti-Blacknesses, but that's a really important piece to recognize. And then also in terms of Orientalism and othering. These pillars are very complex, as I'm saying, but I think it's important to see those structures in colonialism working together and producing oppressions in particular ways in particular spaces. So settler colonialism is a specific structure that we see in places like Canada and the United States. The specific logics of settler colonialism hinge on the elimination of Indigenous peoples so that the colonizers can replace them and then have legitimacy in that space. By erasing indigeneity, settlers justify their ongoing land occupation. It's beyond this presentation to go into depth about the debates, nuancing definitions of who a settler is, but I think it is important to point out that in the Canadian context, our histories place us differently within that system. And so settler benefit is heavily linked to whiteness. We need to understand that racialization is a major contributing factor in nuancing this discussion. We all come to Turtle Island spaces through uneven historical processes that necessarily change our positionalities. I'm calling myself a settler here because I have accessed benefits to land from my ancestry as a settler. And I do not claim that other folks are necessarily settlers. That's not something I can say. I, however, am continuing to access these benefits economically, but also in terms of my normative social position as a teacher and as a white Canadian citizen. So where I'm speaking of settlers, I will often nuance that by saying white settlers. In considering settlerhood, I will next examine 3 dominant white settler colonial constructions of land and their relation to the nation state, paying particular attention to how these constructions benefit whiteness while also erasing Indigenous peoples and land relationships in educational contexts. So my first land narrative that comes up is the land as empty. The doctrine of discovery, maybe some of you have heard of this, is a foundational legal document for shaping white settler relationships with land and with Indigenous peoples. The doctrine began as a way of justifying European takeovers of Indigenous lands starting in the 1400s. The doctrine of discovery gave white Europeans legal precedence over indigenous lands and peoples, as well as any available resources, and was used in the competitive fervor of European exploration and expansion. Essentially, indigenous peoples were written out of ownership based on racist white supremacies that set up artificial binaries between Christians and heathens. So if you were Christian, you were entitled to the land. And then also between the civilized and who was deemed primitive. So those hierarchies were structured to privilege whiteness. The entire system of legal land ownership in Canada can be traced back to those ideas of Indigenous inferiority that are built into our system. The doctrine of discovery includes the assumption of terra nullius, which means the land is seen as empty and as vacant. This narrative is reproduced in Canadian national mythologies, such as empty wilderness narratives. Canadians fantasize about canoeing and skiing and camping and other outdoor activities in pristine, vacant natural landscapes. Narratives associated with being Canadian and very often with also being white. Indigenous peoples are not characterized as part of these landscapes at all, except perhaps every once in a while as stoic nomads who are stuck in the past. An imagined emptiness strengthens white settler claims to these lands by effectively erasing Indigenous peoples from the landscape in the present. In educational settings, the empty land narrative becomes quite evident in how we frame historic events in our classrooms, such as teaching the expansion of the West in the 1800s or the building of the National Railroad project. We don't question how this land came to be in the possession of the Canadian government. Instead, we focus on things like the Canadian pride that we have. Nor do we do a very good job of teaching what it means to be nomadic. Chelsea Vowell, in her book Indigenous Rights, points out that in order to live nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyles, Indigenous people needed to develop highly intricate land-based knowledge systems and had an intimate awareness of large territories. However, in white settler colonial framings of the nomad lifestyle, nomadic presences are essentially erased because we assume that settlement is the only way to claim land. If you don't stay in one spot permanently, it somehow doesn't count in this narrative. So by framing all Indigenous peoples as nomads, which is another faulty assumption, by the way, we assume the empty land narrative because Indigenous presences on the land are erased or moved firmly into the past. So this brings me to the second narrative that I'm speaking about today, and that is land as property. White settler colonial narratives view the land as something to own, which directly contradicts many Indigenous ontologies that view the land as relational. Recent histories of Turtle Island show that racialization plays an important role in the structures associated with land ownership. In the Canadian context, in legal terms, individual land ownership allows the sale, division, and inheritability of certain land spaces. But shortly after Canadian Confederation, the Indian Act in Canada defined Indigenous rights solely as collective, and thus restricted Indigenous peoples to the confines of reserves. Reserve lands are not available to be used for bank loans as collateral, for example. They're not descendable at all in terms of inheritances, and they cannot be sold amongst individuals. And you can see the real material consequences of the Indian Act then has generational kind of ramifications. So capital accumulation over generations is a clear demonstration of white privilege. My own family serves as illustration for this here, because my family continues to gain economic benefits from farmland in southern Alberta, to the direct detriment of the Niitsitapi, Tsuut'ina, and Métis nations. My maternal grandparents came here after World War II and were allowed to immigrate because of their whiteness. They qualified under quite restrictive, racist Canadian immigration policies. And after they married, they bought some farmland for a few $1,000s, which has accrued considerable value since then, you can imagine. Although I'm not directly involved with the farm anymore, I did get support from my grandparents for my undergraduate degree. So that's a pretty clear connection to my benefit to whiteness and the land. In educational contexts, this type of historical unpacking of our personal relationships can be helpful, but I'm also going to talk really briefly about maps, because maps have played quite a big role at conceiving what space means and what space looks like. So historically, mapping was used as a way for Europeans to claim spaces, the way that we know it at the moment. And you can see that particularly in Canada's westward expansion. Maps continue, though, to section and divide. And I'm thinking of the ways that we color in maps with political boundaries without ever questioning with students what those boundaries mean or why they're there. That's one specific example of seeing land as a quantity, as something we can own, that I think we could do a better job critiquing in education. So the last narrative that I want to speak to really briefly, because I know my time is precarious, the land is profitable. If we're considering settler colonial narratives, this is a pretty huge one, because a major motivation for looking at land has to do with the extraction, the sale, and the use of land resources. You can see that traced back from the time of the fur trade all the way through till now. I'm going to rush slightly because I only have a minute left, but I do want to say that it's important for us to see this project and the economics of this project as also intertwined with the slave trade. That the fur trade and the slave trade were not separate, nor like the lumber, for example, that came from Canadian spaces, built the boats that brought the slaves to plantations in the South. So we have a tendency to separate with these borders that we maybe shouldn't. We need to be critical of those pieces. So I'm going to just jump ahead really to my conclusion and challenge you to think more about the assumptions that we make. In my research, I'm realizing how many assumptions we have in the stories that we tell ourselves that we wouldn't even question. The kind of benign speaking about natural resources in a classroom, for example, or looking at a map, that actually has a lot of messages underpinning. So I would challenge you to think about that, and that's where my work is going to be going. So I will stop there because I know my timing is like, I'm done. But I would invite like comments and feedback and thoughts, questions, anything you would like to share. Thanks. And I will take notes, if that's okay. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about what you're planning on doing for your work when you're back?
Yeah. So it's also precarious. My plan right now, I'm going to be working with a group of teachers in the school that I will be working. So they will be my peers, my colleagues. I'm hoping to set up, and this is all like ethics approval, but to set up like a professional learning community to do an extended project where we look at space. And we look at the spaces that we are occupying and understand our stories within those spaces, but also complicate that by learning about settler colonial theories and drawing in those different aspects. I'm hoping to also, I mean, depending on how extended this project is, to also be able to bring in some Indigenous folks to speak to like stories in those spaces. We'll see how all of this tends to take shape. But yeah, like a professional learning community that will be an extended project. And I'm looking at something called community mapping and unmapping community mapping, to use like a kitschy academic phrasing, kind of, you know, very theoretical.
Is the idea that they'll take this back, one of the ideas back to their classes as teachers and be able to maybe adopt a more critical perspective about what
Yeah. And then also, maybe selfishly, but also having thought about some things in isolation as a teacher, I would love to have a long-term community that we can keep each other accountable and also be able to have critical conversations about our teaching and think together. Yeah, because I think collectivity is another really important aspect of like, I can't do this myself, right? And yeah, that's the big. We'll see where it actually goes. Other questions? We maybe have like 1 more minute, 2 more minutes? I don't know.
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, beautiful.
This one, we are going to have a break for 5 minutes.
Okay. Please come and talk to me after too if you have things you want to say that you don't want to say in front of other people. That's fine. I don't mind.
wondering if you're gonna work within the curriculum that is given, or are you gonna like make adaptations, or is it gonna be like a whole different thing, or are you gonna like incorporate it in the existing curriculum?
I think part of that will depend on who I have participating. Yeah, a lot of it will depend on who I have participating as to what kind of buy-in I'm getting from my colleagues and what they feel like would be relevant. I personally would feel like it would be great for us to learn, and over time we would maybe get to our curriculum, but that wouldn't be where I'd want to start. However, there are often, like, teachers I've noticed, and myself included, have a tendency in learning opportunities to want to have something to bring back tomorrow. So that's where I'm toying with this community mapping idea, because I think it could be adaptable into lesson plans or units or something. Yeah, and I may end up experimenting with the students anyway. We'll see. Thanks.
I
Yeah.
just have a quick one.
Please.
I'm just wondering, how do you see the possibility of any change, given that what we're looking at is institutionalized policies? So, can you envision any kind of change on the policy side of things? Because this is where
Yeah.
you can
What a good
you can
question.
have a lot of community, but you also need those
Policy.
that holds the power to be part of it.
So I think Manitoba is actually I feel very lucky in Manitoba in a lot of ways in the areas that I'm teaching. So I've been a social studies and ELA teacher in Manitoba in junior high, which means that I don't have board exams or provincial exams that I need to work toward, that I have relative freedom within my curricula. The curricular documents that we are given have some space that you can make for having this kind of conversation. And I feel like that already, the way that we interpret it, can have some power. It would be amazing to have some policy changes as well, though, even in how we structure class or how we structure schools and how we make demands of students in certain ways that are very colonial in how we are expecting, like the rigidity and the scheduling and all of those pieces. I don't know. I would like to be hopeful, but I also don't have a great answer for that, honestly. So maybe I'm realizing in my research that my role and where I fit in this story, to kind of draw in our keynote speaker from before, is that I do have good relationships with teachers, and that's a place that I can work. So I don't know, like maybe eventually I will have some policy initiative that I can do, but also knowing that there is some interesting change and discussion sometimes happening in those spaces too. I would like to hope.
Like to start a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Please come chat if you would like. Thank you so much for coming. Whoever is next, if you need my computer. There's a really cute baby outside, by the way.
Everyone's just gonna go.
So if you can please all get seated, that would be great. Yeah, please.
I have one more person coming.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're very welcome. It's fine, then you go. Okay, cool. It's nice to see some familiar faces, and it's nice to see that I have a baby. Yeah, I'm really happy about that. I hope she gets inspired one day, but what I say? Okay, so good morning everyone, and thank you for coming. My name is Lin Jamal, and I am completing my Master's in Educational Studies at Concordia. And I will be presenting a paper which I wrote for a class entitled Philosophy of Education Born of Struggle. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my professor Nassim Nourouzi, who was teaching the class, and the inspirations behind the class were, behind this paper were critical theorist Edward Said, and the professors Ferit Guven and Yahya Sadowski, among many other scholars. So the purpose of this paper is to deconstruct democracy as the ideal form of political governance, and how that belief, among many other driving forces, such as coloniality, Orientalism, neoliberalism, and geopolitics influence and manipulate the countries of the Greater Middle East. Based on the Middle East. Based on these discussions, we emphasize consciousness of the educator as a fundamental act of resistance towards imperialism and neoliberalism. So this paper is going to be divided into 3 sections. The first section deals with democracy in relation to Orientalism and modernity. The second section is neo-colonial interventions and democratic crusades, and the third is consciousness as resistance. I'd like to note that this is not a very detailed mapping of the paper because it's still under development and we don't have much time, so that's it. And so the questions that I'm going to be dealing with in this paper are, why is democracy seen as the uncontested paradigm of political discourse? Does this universalism of democracy serve or harm the people of the Greater Middle East? How did Western global powers weaponize democracy to serve their agendas? And what underlying discourses guide democracy through interventionism? And last but not least, how can educators interfere and disrupt these discourses? My paper will be grounded in post-colonial theory, critical theory, and the work of Edward Said and other post-Occidental scholars. So, countries in the Middle East, especially in the Arab world, are either failed transitions to democracy, fake democracies, monarchies, or succumb in wars ignited by US foreign policies, also known as humanitarian military intervention, or are either at war due to other geopolitical influences. Whether Western pundits view the people of the region as in need of being emancipated by democracy or just unfit for democracy, the underlying premise to their claim is that democracy must be brought upon them, and that it is an ethical responsibility to spread this universal value. This discourse is based in modernity and Orientalism, as Sadowski states on one hand, and deifies democracy as Guven claims on the other hand. But how did democracy become this universal value, and how is it intertwined with theoretical constructs such as Orientalism and modernity? So, am I in the right place? Okay, I'm in the right place. So, democracy in relation to Orientalism and modernity. In this section, I will begin with the premise that the democratization of the Greater Middle East through expansionist and interventionist foreign policies is an extension of Western colonial activities based on the othering of the Orient. Democracy is not just a political discourse, but a universal apolitical virtue, according to Orientalists, centered on human reason and freedom and the institutionalization of liberalism. Quadro explains that liberalism places morals over interests as evident in and inspired from Eurocentric philosophy, especially that of the Enlightenment. And that is how democracy is grounded in modernity. After establishing that democracy was conceived by and for the rational white race, those whose political discourses do not model or do not resemble it are deemed inferior. For example, Sadowski noted that when social scientists theorized that a strong civil society allowed the emergence of democracy in the West, Orientalists affirmed that historically Islamic societies had weak civil societies, overwhelmed by subjugation ingrained in their very nature because of their Islamic identity. Later on, the same theory was reversed, and it now claimed that a weaker civil society with a stronger upper hand for authorities would help create democracy. The reason it was reversed was because it was discovered that Europe had weaker civil societies and the stronger upper hand in authority. Consequently, the previous view that historical Islamic societies had weaker civil societies was reversed as well, and that their stronger civil societies had impeded the instigation of democracy. So ironically, Middle Eastern Muslims, it seems, were doomed to be eternally out of step with the intellectual fashion, as Sadowski notes. It has become quite evident that the other in the Orient will always be inferior and incapable of realizing the greatness of Western philosophical and political discourses. So moving on to the section on neo-colonialism and interventionism and democratic crusades. According to Orientalists, the Orient is responsible for its own political misfortune and the incapability of developing a democracy. Orientalists ignore the history of intervention, imperialism, and colonialism in the area and place their acts outside of history, which is also known as decontextualizing their actions. Consequently, the Orient is reduced to a dysfunctional and static entity that does not change. In other words, it is othered and dehumanized. Thus, any foreign policy or decision to be made under this context is fabricated under the pretense of superiority and moralization. We take the war on Iraq as an example. By proxy, all interventions that, whether direct or indirect, political, economic, military, have neo-colonial and Orientalist and imperialist undertones. Even the prevalent academic presence through academic institutions instills a sort of cognitive imperialism. So, Melanis, in a review of Frédéric Guven's book, The Decolonizing Democracy, said that God is not God only to believers. God simply is God. The impetus to universalize democracy is therefore tantamount to conversion, and Democrats are missionaries. However, Guven holds a very interesting insight on the same issue. The similarity between common-day interventions to democratize and liberate the people of the Middle East and the religious crusades carried by the Crusades is of uncanny resemblance in terms of violence, entitlement, and perceived superiority and colonial drives. As a matter of fact, Guven also proposes that democracy is deified to become the new God whose believers are encompassed in His grace, or in this case, where Democrats enjoy the benefits of liberal democracy. Moreover, we can notice how in social media or in media in general, that whoever dares to defy or question democracy or provide another alternative is berated and vilified. The critic of democracy becomes an infidel and the critique blasphemous. Moving forward, and after briefly scrutinizing democracy and the attempts of democratizing the Middle East, we come back to the role of the educator to disrupt these paradigms that are detrimental to the countries of the Middle East. Upon updating his or her consciousness on the origins and reality of democratizing the Middle East and how it affects one's identity and autonomy, the educator must live up to the moral duty of raising this consciousness in their students. Attaining this consciousness is the most basic and preliminary act of resistance and the gateway to emancipation. And of the first ways to achieve that is to teach history within context. One must also keep in mind that the layers of resistance can and must include grassroots movements, collective teacher movements, and will hopefully inspire policymaking and inspire regional change. Thank you. So if anybody has any questions. These are the references. No questions? Cool. Okay, so this is my contact info. If you have any further questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Oh,
I have a question, although I wasn't here from the beginning.
that's fine, that's fine.
The whole topic is interesting to me. I'm not sure whether you mentioned that, but I'm wondering, when you are talking about raising awareness, like the educators should raise awareness towards the colonialism, post-colonialism in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And talking about histories and all this. Do you think also that they face obstacles in talking about that?
Well, definitely for sure. It depends on each country and each context. For example, back in my country, they're resisting updating the curriculum for political reasons.
Yeah.
So you always have obstacles here and there.
And the
government-
education system itself, the reform.
Yeah, it's a more of a conservative force, education back in the Arab world and the Middle East. It's not, and if, for example, if you want to think about the history courses that are taught in schools, they're not taught so you can know about history or the context. They're taught just so you can do the exam and pass the exam, and that's it. And that's one of the things that are obstructing change. So the mentality must be updated in a sense. So it's not just the resistance from the government or the political leaders, but also from the people, and that's why we hope that teachers take the initiative to do that. So that's it. You're welcome.
So is your focus specifically on educators in the Middle East?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, it is.
Because considering imperialism and how a lot of that comes from the West, I was wondering if you were considering how the educators here need to have a decolonial and how can I say anti-imperialistic mission and mandates in educating. Because I know that here, for example, and when you see what's going on, all the Islamophobia, like there is a lot of misconceptions about the Middle East and the whole region and the people that come from there. So I was wondering if.
I mean, I've heard about a lot of initiatives to indigenize curriculum here. I have not heard about anything that involves anything about, for example, the Middle East or people from the Middle East or other places. So I hope they can do that. It's not my area of study. I would love to do that, but it's just that I'm focusing more on where I come from, but that would be great. It would be very helpful, especially for the incoming immigrants and refugees and whatnot, so that would be
And also into pressuring our own government.
Definitely, yeah, definitely, because they're focusing on one area and neglecting the other.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a very multicultural society, and they have to take into consideration that there are other people who have been stereotypically presented in society, and that should be changed.
That's a very good point. My parents are from Iraq, but I grew up here. I was born and raised in Canada, in Toronto. And I would, I think I don't know how much time we have, so I'll try to make it quick. I'll talk to you after. But my experience growing up in Western education, so I never knew Middle Eastern education, right? Like my parents tried to educate me, but then you have this dissonance of what your parents tell you and what you see in the media about yourself or what you learn. And I think it would be, I know it's a ways away, like you said, it would be a dream to have that kind of education, but I think it's important even for people who are from the Middle East, whether they were born here or whether they immigrated, and even for other people, like for everybody, to learn that, you're talking about indigenizing education, but just in general, like an anti-colonial and then an anti-Orientalist education, that not just others in the Middle East, but I think it's really important to not have a very Eurocentric Western view of history. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. And like in this program, at one point we did propose that we include scholars from places all around the world, and I mean it was it was welcomed, but the thing is like bureaucracies tend to like block any efforts that we put into it, and like that's the case. But I hope it would be. I hope that would happen. So yeah, thank you for your comment. I appreciate that. Any other questions? Okay, cool. We're done. Okay, thank you so much. Who's the next?
Okay, so it comes with a thing. Okay, well, good, that's how we're gonna go yours. Yeah. She is 2 months old.
for having us. The audience today is not what I'm used to. I work with 4 and 5-year-olds. Thank you for having us. Our presentation today is Reclaiming the Way They Learn, a forced school learning project. And I'm Dawn Auras-Lacasse, and this is Cynthia Lapierre.
We do want to start quickly by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the traditional and unceded territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst nations. So just to tell you a bit about where Dawn and I work, so it's Cattery School. We're a proud Kanien'kehá:ka community school. We're an inclusive school as well, and we offer language of instruction in 3 languages, Kanien'keha, English, and French. And as you can see in our vision statement, through culture, respect, and teamwork, Cattery School creates a safe, caring environment where every individual can learn and succeed. So in case you're not familiar with Kahnawake, so we would be up here downtown. Here's the Champlain Bridge. So if you take the Mercier Bridge to get towards Châteauguay, Kahnawake is right here on the South Shore. So Dawn will be presenting her forest school project that we're doing at Cattery School. So just to explain what that is, it's taking students outside into natural learning environments. So for example, we'll go to forests, you can go to meadows or by your river, just being outside on the land. And these types of schools started popping up in several different countries like Canada and Norway, to name a few. And this was as a result of finding out that preschoolers were spending almost 89% of their time doing sedentary activities like story time and arts and crafts. So since these have started popping up, a growing body of research is finding that there are a lot of benefits to learning outside for children, namely social, emotional, cognitive, and physical development benefits. Now, for Indigenous people, land is more than just a context or a place. It's a living interlocutor and it's a teacher. So it's reclaiming the original classroom and taking our Kanien'kehá:ka students outside.
Well, so I'm Dawn. I'm a Creole Algonquin woman from northern Quebec. I am a mother of 2 active and healthy boys. And I take with the great pride and responsibility to teach them their roots, and to be connected to the land. So that's what I place in high value. And I do the same when I teach my students. So I've been at Cattery School for 12 years now. And so we first introduced Forest School when we heard another First Nations community. It's a community in eastern Quebec. It's called the Ristigouche. They were presenting at a First Nations conference, and they were saying that they're starting up their forest kindergarten. And so colleagues and I were very intrigued and said, why don't we try this? And so in 2016, we just decided, okay, how do we start? We have no idea, but let's just start taking the kids outside. And as a teacher, it's not easy for us because we're kind of giving up our control, oh, you have to sit there, you have to line up, you have to be quiet, so we were used to that. And in the outdoors, the approach that we take is we kind of take, we're observing our students and we go from there. And so we support them in their learning. So it was new to us, and then we started doing that, and then we applied for training and we got accepted. So we went to Forest School Canada. We got training on how to implement curriculum in the outdoors. So the following year, okay, let's, we're all gung-ho again, like, okay, let's try this. And so I work with a very, very good team. And so we started that, and then the following year, Forest School Canada offered a scholarship for 2 of us to be certified. So we're in the process of getting certified, and once we get our certification in July, our program will be recognized under Forest School Canada. So Medicine Wheel, this is an Indigenous, this is to ensure that our well-being and balance is created. And just for example, the medicine wheel helped me this morning to make sure that I was ready for this presentation. And let me tell you, coffee fits in all 4 quadrants. And so when we look at our 4-school project, it naturally fits in all quadrants, and so it brings balance. So the gross and fine motor skills are attended to. We have hands-on learning. We're creating assessments, we're delivering curriculum, spirituality is there. When we teach about the cycles of ceremonies, we do the Hondugaru Wadekwa, which is a Thanksgiving address. Emotional, I can't say enough, but there's this something magical that happens where the students are able to self-regulate, they're taking risks, they're learning, their self-esteem, you can just tell. They're problem solving, there's less conflicts. So this just shows that it's a well-balanced program.
So moving from this Indigenous informed framework, in Kahnawake they have their community school board, the Kahnawake Education Center, or KEC. So this is something that they developed that Don touched upon. It's the Zinio Garekoda framework. And this is to ensure that anything that is done at the school is rooted in the 4 core values of the Ganegehaga worldview. So namely that it's grounded in the creation story, in the Ohanugare Wadekwa, which Don mentioned, which is the Thanksgiving address. So before we do anything important at the school, we start by thanking, for example, Grandmother Moon, the 3 sisters. So we give thanks to the natural world. And then following this, the importance of the cycle of ceremonies and how it fits in with the curricula, and the importance of the Gayaneregoa, which is the great law of peace that governs the community. So we've been kind of talking about it, so we're going to present a video that the KEC actually did, just to kind of take you on the land somewhat.
Colleagues went to a FNEC conference a few years ago, and there was a presentation there of a group of teachers from Rissaguash, and they have a 4-school there, and they had a whole video to show like what a 4-school is, and that's how the idea just came about. And so we were inspired to try to figure out how we could implement it at Cattery School. And this is our 3rd year that we're trying to develop something towards 4 schools.
So project-based learning is giving our students an opportunity to engage in material by learning multiple subject areas simultaneously, and it's an ongoing learning process where they have the opportunity to engage in the material for an extended period of time. So they get a chance to really have these hands-on learning opportunities. So it's also very inquiry-based, and it allows students to incorporate really culturally relevant approaches to their learning, and it really entails learning by doing.
The purpose of this pilot project is to, first of all, get the kids to be playing outside and being active. And while they're outdoors, it's just a natural way of learning. And it just focuses on the whole child. And we're able to have kids look at different math concepts, language arts, social development, emotional development, and it all happens in a natural setting. Well, for example, we've been here for maybe an hour, and we have a group of children who are interested in starting to make a fire. So the project is, how will we get the fire started? How will we maintain the fire? So they're learning that, okay, they need dry wood, so they're out and, on an adventure to look for dry wood.
I learned about all the motivation that keeps us alive. My favorite is I like being in the forest. explore and write stuff down?
From what I've noticed is that the role of early childhood and I guess elementary school has changed as educators. I think that before school was made to bring children inside because they were always outside, and now our role has changed because children are always inside. We now have to bring them outside. There's so many benefits, and that's the new thing that's going, that's going around in Canada, that there's so many forest schools starting up. And it is based on Indigenous knowledge and ways of living and how our children used to learn in natural settings. So I guess we're trying to bring that back to, the school system. So along the years, this has become a passion for me, and I hope to see this program continue to grow. And with that, to be able to bring my students outdoors for longer periods of time.
Okay. So as Dawn mentioned, it's very much in the pilot phase. So the goal was to just get them outside and kind of observe what's going on. So through observations, teacher interviews, and sharing circles with staff and students, preliminary findings are suggesting that students are more actively engaged in their learning when they're outside. They're better able to self-regulate, as other studies have also found. Any behavioral issues don't seem to happen when they're outside. There's been a lot of observing critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills that just naturally happen when they're outside. A strong sense of their Indigenous culture. And something where I'm kind of interested in exploring is the translanguaging that's happening. So we have students outside who will know the word in English or in French if they're in French immersion, or sometimes they'll know it in Ganegeha. So there's a lot of asking like, oh, what's this in Ganegeha? And then they'll go around trying to find someone who knows what the word is in Mohawk. So that's an interesting thing too.
So just a few weeks ago, we developed a unit on the Maple Festival. And the Maple Festival, it's a part of the Cycles of Ceremonies, which is just honoring the maple trees with the gifts that they provide. It's medicine. And so we did a few teachings in our classroom, and we brought them on an outdoor adventure for one full day, where an elder was there to accompany us, and he did an opening. He gave, he shared his knowledge and about the maple tree and what he does. And what he does every year is he taps the trees where we went, on the site where we went to visit, and we were able to help him collect the sap. And for some reason, that day was the first day that the trees were actually providing sap. So it was very special for us. And so at the end of the day, I had this very tired student, and she just looked up at me before she got on the bus to go home, and she said, "My heart is happy because I played out in the snow today." So just that gives us the drive to go on and to further develop our program. And every time we go out, we always, we're so amazed with how the behavioral issues are not present in the forest. We have many children that are coded or that have situational difficulties, and they bring it into the classroom where there's all kinds of behaviors that are displayed within a classroom. But when we're outside, there are no behavioral issues out in the forest. So that very day, I got a message from one of the grandparents, and he asked his granddaughter what she did today. And he was so impressed that she was able to go to school and experience tapping of the trees, and just the cultural component in the language that was happening at school. And he said that he said, "Congratulations to you on this awesome project, Dawn. Keep those kids out of the 4 walls as much as possible." So I answered, "That's my purpose."
We have 1 minute left, but we're almost done.
So this was a writing response I did the following day. And so this is just what they thought, what they brought back to the classroom. Here's a little boy drawing that he's going to hug the tree and giving thanks. This is one that it's just a little girl walking in the forest. So this is what she saw. This is what she experienced. And here is her, a little girl with her teachers, and you can just see the smiles, and so that says a lot. And the other one as well is hugging a tree. That was her favorite part of the day.
And so just to kind of show where we're at as well, so earlier we had introduced the Zinnia Gwamihoda program. And so right now we're kind of in this phase where, you know, action was done, we're kind of evaluating preliminary findings, and now we're kind of in the evaluation adaptation area. So we'll present a few of our visions for moving forward with the program.
So next year we're looking at probably getting a coordinator for the program to develop material to make sure that our program is moving forward. We're also looking at hiring a full-time Ganyageha speaker and cultural advisor, so that this component is always present within the forest school. And yeah, just developing materials, maybe developing assessments that relate to our curriculum. Just so many things, so many big projects.
And just addressing any downfalls that have come up in the literature, but with an Indigenous informed lens.
So this ends our presentation, and we would just like to give thanks to a local artist, Justice Polsalahash, who put, these are the drawings of my students of the Yohandugardiwadekla, so giving thanks to all creation. These are some of their images that they, and also Gataruni Stacy, who translated our title in Ganyageha.
Good, so now I'll go.
Do we have time for questions?
Yes, we do.
Okay. 5 minutes for questions.
So with your forest schools from the video for younger kids in elementary school, where do you see this fitting in with older students? And one of the reasons I ask is my kids go to an alternative school in the Southwest that's nature-based, and so we don't have forests sadly, but they still go on a lot of outings. And I know that my daughter who's in grade 4, her teacher was kind of almost feeling guilty about doing this because there's kind of this tension as the kids get older between like curriculum, they have to learn math, they have to learn this, and then spending time outside because they seem to see the same benefits that you do, even just going to the park and playing for an hour, getting more recess, getting more time at lunch. So how do you see this? Are you planning on continuing this with the older grades of the school? Or?
So our future vision, I was sitting with the principal, and I proposed that maybe we offer a program for special needs in the older grades, because we're just seeing like so much progress that's happening with these specific students. Right. And also she wants to see a program developed from grades 1 to 6. And we have different programs. We have one that like a wilderness unit that we have with older children. And we also have the physical education program. They also, we're increasing the time that they're spending outside as well. And I just came back from a conference in January for Quebec educators and who teach outside, and it's all ages, all ages. And there was a keynote speaker at that conference, and he was speaking of a place in, I think it's Western Canada, where they actually teach outdoors full time, and it's all grades. Yeah.
We have 2 more minutes. Do we have another question maybe? If not, thank you so much.
Yeah, I emailed it to you because I don't have a USB. I realized I don't have internet, but we can use my phone.
I'm today presenting on my potential research that I'm planning to undertake in Gulu in Uganda. Oh, what? Oh, no.
Plug it in again.
Oh. Oh. I did.
No, press enter, it's on HDMI, so it should. Like maybe just this one.
It's like the VCR trick, like you just unplug it and plug it, there's no real solution. Okay, and so today I guess I'm gonna be asking, well, I know I'm gonna be asking for feedback on whether, if anybody has better ways of undertaking the research, and I guess in going with the theme of the conference, uplifting voices, if you see areas in my research that my research fails to do that, please help me. And so the title of my work will be Considering Indigeneity in the Ugandan Education System. My outline will be this. So first I'll talk about the colonial history of education in Uganda. I'll talk about the Ugandan Civil War, which Sonia just touched upon in her presentation about Gulu. And then I'll talk about universal primary education, the Ugandan education system today, the purpose of my research, research questions, methodology, and finally concluding remarks. And so, the history of Western education in Uganda began with colonization. At this time, Western missionary and philanthropic groups implemented education that focused on the agricultural and industrial development of Ugandans. This was meant to relegate Ugandans to lower socioeconomic positions and to produce a compliant class of citizens that would reproduce colonial domination. The colonial education system taught Eurocentric knowledge and values that devalued Indigenous culture and history, marking them as uncivilized. Colonial education alienated Ugandans from their socio-cultural identities, and in doing so, maintained the political and epistemological imperialism of the British. That is not to say that Ugandans were entirely opposed to colonial education. After all, Ugandans willfully sent their children to missionary-run primary schools. As Edward Berman has pointed out, Western forms of education were the most visible and tangible manifestations of European power. And Ugandans saw that access to this kind of power, through the most prestigious and highly paid occupations, for instance, demanded the kind of education that the colonizers were themselves receiving. Alongside missionary-run schools, Ugandans established village schools. These schools were local community initiatives that sought to combine Western forms of knowledge with Indigenous knowledges. These efforts were built, run, and staffed by Ugandans. And they represented a coexistence of Indigenous and Western knowledges that was defined and implemented in Ugandan terms. These were largely funded by the British colonial administration that referred to them as bush schools. Following Indigenous egalitarian custom at the time, girls and boys were enrolled in these schools in equal numbers. But British missionaries and officers grew concerned that these schools were not adequately reproducing colonial and gender hierarchies. They withdrew funding from the schools in 1937, marking their end. The history of village schools is important, though, because it reveals that Indigenous and Western knowledges coexisted and were promoted alongside each other within Ugandan curricula, though colonial education did come to replace these efforts. But my research is interested in asking, what are the possibilities for a village school type of system today? So just decades after its independence from colonial rule, Uganda broke out in civil war. And during this time, the northern town of Gulu, where my research will take place, received an influx of internally displaced persons escaping conflict from around the region. Western development organizations also flooded the region. And traditional Indigenous ways of teaching and learning became even further destabilized amidst this chaos. In 1997, at the height of the conflict, 96, 97, universal primary education, or UPE, was implemented across the country. And learning centers were established in internally displaced persons camps with the assistance of Western development organizations. And these organizations came to inform the curricula promulgated in the region. Importantly, this intervention continues today. The Gulu curriculum is taught in the colonial language, English, and is rooted in Western, that is Euro-American, knowledge. So in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights determined that everyone has the right to education. Not only did this idea of education hinge on Eurocentric understandings of how and where teaching and learning take place, it presumed that formal institutionalized education enables socioeconomic empowerment and has the potential to eradicate poverty worldwide. Yet, in practice, UPE has been found to increase poverty and economic disparities between groups. And while Western nations, through organizations such as the UN, UNESCO, and the World Bank, continue to advocate for UPE, I believe that we must closely consider who is benefiting from this. Many African countries have taken out substantial loans with the World Bank in order to implement UPE, and yet they have not been lifted out of poverty. In fact, as Western nations collect interest off of African debt, the wealth gap between the so-called developed and underdeveloped nations continues to increase. This wealth gap is further intensified by the Western exploitation and extraction of African resources. The UPE project shifts the blame away from these Western nations and onto Africans through the meritocratic myth that Western education is socioeconomically and politically empowering. In this view, Africans simply need to become more educated in order to achieve the status of their Western peers. This disregards the fact that the West has maintained its status largely through the exploitation of Africa's resources, persons, and knowledges, rather than through its superior education systems and governments. So all this to say that the UPE project is founded on premises that conceal the structural nature of Western domination that continues today. So the universalization of Western knowledge has naturalized Western dominance worldwide. And I am concerned with the impact that UPE has had on the town of Gulu. And while the British colonial system is no longer, the Western education system that has replaced it can be viewed once again as reproducing colonial hierarchies through Eurocentric knowledge and ideas about education. So I worked in the Ugandan education system a few years ago. I traveled the country teaching teachers how they could teach reading and writing through the use of phonics. And during this time, I saw that a majority of Ugandans were not thriving, as Sonia touched upon earlier. I witnessed a serious lack of educational resources and experienced the disconnect between students' realities and what they were being taught. I saw high dropout rates and poor literacy rates and did not see students empowered by what they were learning. Furthermore, while education was supposedly preparing students for jobs and participation in the global market, youth employment was and remains the highest in Africa. And to me, this demonstrated that the universal implementation of primary education was not achieving that which it promised. Many Ugandans are today moving away from the public primary school system and toward the private school system because it has more resources and it produces better exam results. Many of these schools are again run in association with or by Western philanthropic organizations and missionary groups. There are currently over 13,000 NGOs working in Uganda, many of which are engaged in education-related projects. But what are these organizations doing there anyways? And who is profiting from this? And how have liberal understandings of education legitimized the ongoing Western interference in Ugandan education? Western development organizations, such as Save the Children, UNICEF, and USAID, engaged in literacy projects in Uganda, contend that Ugandans are stuck in the cycle of poverty because of their low literacy rates. According to UNESCO, 82% of grade 2 to 4 Ugandan students cannot decode a single word. Importantly, students' literacy rates are assessed in English through early grade reading assessments, for instance, known internationally as EGRA examinations. And students must therefore have a mastery of the colonial language in order to be confirmed as literate. Indigenous forms of literacy are not considered in these assessments, nor are local language competencies. But if students must master Western literacy to overcome poverty, as these development organizations argue, then Westerners must be perpetually welcomed into Ugandan spaces in order to impart their knowledge. The importance ascribed to Western literacy and forms of knowledge through international examinations legitimizes Western ongoing presence in Uganda. And so, Western intervention and knowledge continue to inform Uganda's education system today, and my research is interested in whether this represents a form of neocolonialism. It will examine the education system of the town of Gulu in particular to address this. George Day argues that Indigenous knowledges uphold the spiritual and cultural foundations upon which the survival of local communities depends. Their disappearance through Western education therefore presents an important threat to the survival of the community of Gulu. The purpose of my research will be to explore how the community's educators of the past, that is, Acholi elders, and present, primary and secondary school teachers, understand Indigenous knowledges and value their place in the education system. My research will question the power that the West holds in defining what education looks like around the world. Current trends in academia assume the emancipatory potential of the indigenization of curricula. And research undertaken in Gulu asserts the importance of Indigenous knowledge to education. These studies infer how the people of Gulu conceptualize Indigenous knowledges on their behalf, however, leaving them without a voice on the matter. There remains a gap in the literature regarding how locals themselves perceive this relationship and whether they understand the Western education system as colonial. So my research seeks to understand whether how the people of Gulu relate to Indigenous knowledges, but also whether reinstating a village school type of system would be appropriate in the context of Gulu today. So my research questions are the following. First, how do Gulu educators of the past and present consider the relationship between Indigenous and Western knowledge? Second, how do Gulu educators of the present implement Indigenous knowledge in their pedagogy, if they do? And lastly, what structures would facilitate the implementation of Indigenous knowledge in Gulu schools? Based on my experiences in Uganda, I believe that many Ugandans feel that socioeconomic and political empowerment is possible and can be achieved through success in the school system. So my research will explore this discrepancy methodologically through the use of institutional ethnography and anti-colonial analysis. It will also be, my research methodology, so anti-colonial analysis will serve to assess whether Western knowledge is colonizing in the Ugandan context. And it will also push me to constantly revisit rigid definitions of colonialism and my own colonial biases, my positionality, my privilege, and my whiteness. And it will also push me to acknowledge the complexity of how research participants' identities and voices are shaped in relation to power. And lastly, I will use institutional ethnography, through which I will examine documents and educational structures according to how they structure social relations and power dynamics in educational spheres and in Gulu at large. I'm sorry my baby's crying. My project will employ community-based research methods and to ensure the reciprocity and the co-construction of knowledge. I'll recruit participants through my existing relationships within the Gulu School Board and through snowball sampling in the community at large. I'll collect my data through one-on-one interviews, classroom participations, and focus groups. And then this is the importance of my research, but I realize that I have very little time left, and now I'm turning so red, I apologize. And so basically, I guess if anybody has any questions about my research, and now I've just done it, I've done it to myself. But yeah, any comments or questions? Oh no.
Thank you. She also moccasin. She also pooped her pants like 5 times.
Okay.
Surprise!
Things fell apart, but yeah. Yes.
How do you or how are you going to define Indigenous knowledge?
Well, so the idea is that because Indigenous knowledges have been defined by the research that's been done and nobody's actually asked what Indigenous knowledge is, it's like they use the binary of this is colonial, therefore this must be Indigenous, according to like how, and they've used other ways, other sources for the ways in which the Indigenous knowledges have been defined. Sometimes like scholars on Turtle Island's definitions and things like this. And so the idea is to actually ask that question. And to also ask if and how Indigenous knowledges should be incorporated into the education system, because it seems like, because that's such a trend in academia, that has been assumed. Like that is the solution. But if the people there don't want that or find that to be a solution, it can in the end become another form of colonization. And so that's where my research comes in. Yeah.
Hi. I think that's interesting. It's very interesting for me. I actually happen to be working with the World Bank. We do, and I'm working on a project that has to do with education, but education, adult education, not primary education, so I'm not sure. But what I find very interesting for me is this sense of, I don't know exactly what do we mean by colonization today in a world where everything is becoming so global. And, you know, people like, the people I work with the locals, so we don't, you know, we don't interfere directly on the ground. And what we get from them is that they want to be part of this globalization. So where actually maybe it's the same question, where do you draw the line between, you know, being part of what the world today is, and, you know, I don't know, maybe going back to some sorts of local cultures or local knowledge. I don't know, this is also a question for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would have many things to reply to that, but I think that one important point is that the Western education system, the way in which it's being implemented in Uganda, has not actually enacted any of the change it was promised it would. Like, people are not getting jobs, people are not, so the participation in the global economy and, like, I guess the world more broadly is not really being achieved. People are not really gaining that access. But I also think that that comes back, like that's where the importance of my research does come in. It's asking what colonization looks like and whether Western education is colonial in the Ugandan context, because I don't think that it's fair to assume that it is, but it's very easy to see the ways in which Eurocentric knowledge and values have kind of overtaken traditional ways and local ways of knowing and being. Yes.
Okay, can I just kind of add to what you're saying about colonialism and so there's this difference between colonialism and coloniality, where, for example, because they are forced to be institutionalized into this form of education, this is a form of coloniality. They did not have the choice to go there. They did not choose to be taught in that way. So it's not necessarily that the West goes and colonizes this place, because they went out of it eventually. But the aftermath of them being there is coloniality. So you don't touch colonialism, but you see the aftermath of it, which is coloniality, whether it be on a cognitive level, whether it be on a cultural level, whether it like destroys their economy. So that's how you can touch it in a sense.
So I would probably, like, according to the frameworks that I'm using, anti-colonial frameworks, I would say that it could be argued that it is colonialism that is ongoing, but in a different sense. Like, it's not what's it called? Like, what's the difference that Leonardo Zeus talks about? You know, it's like anyways, it is a form of colonialism. Though I guess a post-colonial analysis would argue that it is coloniality, I think. But also, if anybody knows, I'm still researching, so you can correct me.
Well, and maybe like the way, my sense of your research at the moment and from whom you're citing, George Day has a newish book from 2017 out, and he defines colonization as the ongoing oppressive relationships that occur regardless of, they are historically contextual, but they are also continued today, and that
they're structural, importantly, as well.
Exactly.
So the structure doesn't go away even if the colonizer does.
Yeah.
I think that if you're going to look at, yes, they might want to participate in the global economy, global politics, but you also have to look at what does participation mean? Is it nominally, or do they actually have a say? Do they have control over their own decisions, and to what extent? And just participate. And at this point, it's almost impossible to not participate in the global world. But there's still power structures. So I think that's sort of the new way of, it's the new form of colonialism, or if you want to call it neo-colonialism. It's the same power structures are replicated just in a different world.
And to whose benefit
Yeah, and
are
who
those
actually
ultimately
benefits.
serving?
And I think that if you look at the context of Gulu, like for instance, like as Sonia was saying earlier, there's such high dropout rates and people find that, you know, school's not actually getting them the opportunities that it promised, but also, like she was saying as well, people no longer know how to necessarily engage in traditional forms of agriculture. And so survival off the land is not possible in the same ways now that it's being westernized. So it's like how do people survive, and how is Western education either impeding that process or helping it? And it's like it's a fine line, which is why maybe village schools could be cool. I don't know. Yes?
Okay, I would like to add on that. I think the form of education in Uganda is mostly following the British curriculum. Yeah, like we don't have practical education. Like we have only something you follow the curriculum and you don't know even where it's going to take you. You learn about British Columbia, you learn about Niagara Falls, you learn about the Tennessee Valley, you've never even been there. And it's not practical. And within the primary section, I think we had thematic which prepares a child in a children. Like you learn in a children, you learn how to write in a children. But then at the end of it, this seven, you're not questioned, you're not interviewed in a children, you don't answer your question in a children. It's English. And at times the youth find it like it's not practical enough. After all, I have learned I can build a house, I can farm and get money. Because education will ultimately also prepare you to earn money, maybe in a white collar job. But if you can do that within your family, if you can do that with support from your family, they just end up dropping out of school, and I totally support Sonia in her presentation.
Yes.
I did an analysis of the social studies textbook for high school kids. And even though it's been revised and revised, it's still written by the British, and it's the British version of history. What I'm more concerned about is this last year, Museveni announced that his book, Sowing the Mustard Seed, which is an account of the Civil War, 21-year Civil War, will now be mandatory in the schools. So talk about nothing like multiple perspectives of history. To me, this is a big concern. So I'm curious about your research, whether you're going to take a socio-ecological approach, where you're going to look at what are the different influences in education, things like politics, things like culture, things like economics, things like neoliberalism, for example.
Well, so that's where institutional ethnography comes in. So it's analyzing the ways in which those types of structures act upon people and their relationships with each other and education. That will be my attempt to do that. But yeah, I mean, it's a huge undertaking, and there's so many things to analyze that I think that those like politics, neoliberalism, all of those things are very important to this research, obviously. Oh, my time's way off, I think, sorry. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. So we'd just like to remind everyone to go for the lunch. Okay, right now is the lunchtime, so
All here, we are so excited about this panel. My name is Marlon. I'm a student here at Concordia University, and you're all very welcome to be here. So we have wonderful, presenters today, and we have worked very hard for this, and and we're so happy that this is finally happening. Okay, so I will just start with the topic of our presentation. What does the victory of Bolsonaro mean for marginalized communities in Brazil? So you're going to be discussing different aspects, of what's going on in Brazil at the moment. We're going to start with a performance from Elusa. Elusa is a student at UCAM. She was here last year and she presented for us. It was an amazing presentation here. And so Elusa is a graduate student in specialized education at UCAM. She sings in the Brazilian Senate Choir in Montreal. In this panel, she will be performing an a cappella song to open our conversations. Following Elusa, we're going to have Priscila. Priscila, you can come and take your seat. Elusa, you as well. Okay, so Priscila Joca is a PhD candidate in law at the Université de Montréal, where she researches about indigenous consultation protocols in Canada and Brazil. The title of her presentation will be Establishing New Horizons to the Indigenista Public Policy in Brazil, between abolishment and disruption. Then we have Anne-Marie Riette. Anne-Marie, okay, yeah. So Anne-Marie, you can take your seat as well, yeah. Anne-Marie is a PhD student in urban studies at Institut National de la Recherche Scientifique in Montreal. Her main research interests are feminism and urban militarization issues in Latin America, with a focus on Brazil. Anne-Marie will discuss current issues related to the militarization of the favelas and negative effects of Bolsonaro's decision on gun control and intensification of the war on drugs. Then we have Rosa. So Rosa Lima Peralta. She works for the Committee for Human Rights in Latin America, CEDAW, a Canadian NGO addressing the impacts of extractivism activities on human rights in Latin America and in Canada as well. In this presentation, Rosa will address the struggles of Quilombo communities, which are the Brazilian ethnic groups formed by descendants of millions of men and women that were taken to Brazil as slaves. So, without further ado, let's start with Elusa. So we have Elusa. Elusa will sing a song in Portuguese, but we try to translate the song to English. So you guys can see English here and Portuguese here. I know it's small, but just, if you would like to go ahead.
Thank you, and hi everybody. I'm so happy to be here and to be a resistance in my country. And the song that I chose, the name is God is a Black Woman. It's from a Brazilian singer. She doesn't have a CD yet, but this song is really strong, and because that I decided to sing for you to start our discussion. Deus é uma mulher preta e por natureza sei que vou sobreviver. Deus é uma mulher preta, bênção minha mãe para me lutar e escrever. A morte, meu país genocida reservou pra mim. Porém, minha alma não é uma semente daqui. É semente da mente de Deus, é de lá de onde eu vim. Rainhas de ontem e hoje florescem em mim. A morte atravessa os pés dos pretos aqui. Encaro e grito pro Estado, não saio daqui. Minha mãe me abençoe e dê forças pra eu prosseguir. Seus olhos d'água refletem a força que moram em mim. Deus é uma mulher preta e por natureza sei que vou sobreviver. Deus é uma mulher mulher preta, benção minha mãe para lutar e escrever. A morte, meu país genocida reservou pra mim. Porém, minha alma não é uma semente daqui. É semente da mente de Deus, é de lá de onde eu vim. Rainhas de ontem e hoje florescem em mim. A morte atravessa o sonho dos pretos aqui. Encaro e grito pro Estado, não saio daqui. Minha mãe me abençoe e dê forças para eu prosseguir. Seus olhos d'água refletem a força que moram em mim. Moi, je viens de Lucan, I come from Lucan, et je voulais être avec mes amis pour cette discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with the presentation. So Priscilla is going to be the first one to speak. So we have roughly 15 minutes for each presenter, and then we're going to open for some questions. But Priscilla brought us some very sad news that happened yesterday in Brazil, and I would like to share that with you before we start. So I would like to share sad news with you. Yesterday, one woman was murdered in Brazil, an environmentalist, a human rights defender, and a leader of the Brazilian movement of damn affected people. Dilma Ferreira, her husband, and at least another person were murdered in a rural settlement where they used to live in the province of Pará. Brazil is the most dangerous country for environmentalists and human rights defenders in the whole world, according to many reports, as one of the NGO Global Witness. So it is with the sad news that we start our presentation. Thank you, Priscilla. Yours.
No, it's not.
That's the one, yeah?
No, the another one. Yeah, entendi. Escrito concordo. Você tem que concorda. There.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Perfect. There we go. So. Perfect, thank you, Priscilla.
And it's just like here.
Yes.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this great invitation. I am going to talk about the new indigenous public policy in Brazil. And the objective of this presentation is talk with you about a legal document or a legal act that our president enacted in his very first day of the government. That's called a provisional measure. In Portuguese, is medida provisória. And it's with this provisional measure that our government beginning this new time in the Brazilian story. And I am here to talk with you about the possible consequence and impacts of this provisional measure. And I will begin by explaining better what a provisional measure is. That's a legal act different from what we have here in Canada. And after that, I'll talk about the background of this situation and the possible consequence and impacts. I will ask for your patience because how many people here is from law? I guess just me. I'm sorry. I
I said that I'm very good person. Sorry, I'm not a bad person, I'm a bad lawyer. So, but I need to share with you some information from law in order to better explain what's going on in Brazil. So, the provisional measure is guaranteed by the legal framework in Brazil. So, in principle, is a legal act, and but this provisional measure has to follow some criteria in order to be enacted. The first is the relevance and the urgency of the matter. And the second is that the president cannot enact a provisional measure about everything. For example, he cannot enact something against our constitution. What makes sense, yes? And the third is that the provisional measure is available just during 16 days, and after that, it could be renewed for more 16 days, and in the end of these 120 days, the National Congress should vote this act, and if the National Congress decide that it's not important, so this is the last decision, and the president cannot enact a new legal measure that's similar from the last one, okay? These are the criteria. So, besides this measure, the president also enact 2 decree laws, what in principle are guaranteed by law. So, what this provisional measure and the decree laws provide, what they told, and what is the link between this and the indigenous peoples in Brazil. So, first, the provisional measure changed the competence for deal with territorial rights of indigenous peoples from FUNAI, that's a federal agency responsible for indigenous policies, to the Ministry of Agriculture. But the ministry, yes, I know, yes, it made this same face when I read for the first time. What? So, and as you know, because you have a very good sense people, you know that the Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for very important, for the administration of very important matters in Brazil, as the cattle and also the agriculture and farming, but it has not to be with the human rights policies and the social environmental rights policies that are linked to indigenous rights. And another situation that's very particular in Brazil, at least, is that the Ministry of Agriculture is controlled by political powers that are against indigenous rights, and not only nowadays, but since a long, long time, maybe even the beginning of the colonization process in Brazil. And to be worse, the person responsible for the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil is someone linked to the Rural Caucus. That's a group of Congress people that has been developing strategies to change the indigenous rights and policies in Brazil in order to better, to make a better room for their understanding of development and understanding of agribusiness. So, but it was not just about that. Also, these legal acts changed the place of FUNAI. Before, FUNAI, this agency, federal agency, was linked to the Ministry of Justice in Brazil. What makes sense? Yes, because indigenous rights, a matter of social environmental rights, human rights. But now, the new presidency created a new ministry in Brazil that's called Ministry of Women, Family, and Human Rights, that excluded the rights of LGBTQ community and included the health and education rights of indigenous peoples. And by the force of these acts, the government separated 2 policies that should be together, that are the territorial rights policies and the rights linked to the health and education, indigenous health and education in Brazil. In Brazil, all of this is together because we think about, for example, education, indigenous education in Brazil, by each people, each nation who has their right to develop education policies according to their own culture and traditions. So it is deeply related with the territory, with their territorial rights. How could they separate? So this is mainly what the professional measure talked, and there are other situations linked to environmental policies and human rights policies, but just another example. Now the service forestry that was linked to the Ministry of Environment is linked to the Ministry of Agriculture. Then maybe you can ask, could the presidency do that? Well, as a lawyer, I need to say yes, but no, he cannot. And why he cannot? Because according to our legal framework, he really cannot do that. First of all, what's the matter of urgency and relevance of that? Is it urgent to change all the administrative policies regarding indigenous rights, environmental rights, human rights by the force of a provisional measure without consulting the National Congress? Does it make sense? The another situation is that these acts, they are linked to, they are against constitutional rights and fundamental rights of indigenous peoples, and even fundamental rights of the Brazilian society, because they also talked about environmental rights. So they cannot do that because also the situation. And finally, Brazil signed the 169 ILO Convention, and according to this convention, that's a little bit different from here. Canada didn't adopt that, doesn't adopt that, but adopts the UNDRIP. That's very close from the legal framework. But by the force of the 169 ILO Convention, the indigenous peoples should be consulted about any matter, any legislative matter, legislative change that could affect their lives. And the government did that the first day of their government without consulting any indigenous leader, any indigenous nation, or any non-indigenous person who used it to work with them. And you know it couldn't be enough because the indigenous people themselves should be consulted about this matter. So why, how, for what reasons the federal government enacted that? That's a very good question. I'm still researching about that, but I will try to search some situations that could explain to us what's going on in Brazil. So the first thing was the legal political background of that measure. It's a background that you know very, very well. We are talking about racism, we are talking about the persistent colonialism, but in Brazil we're talking about also good things that are working and were really, really working. And what is that? Although there are still going on a lot of cases of environmental conflicts, territorial conflicts, and social conflicts affecting indigenous peoples in Brazil, as there are here also in Canada. And although the situation in Brazil, we still have, at least, our constitutional rights of indigenous peoples, the constitutional recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples to live according to their own social and cultural traditions, legal decisions that are really progressive by the Supreme Court, the adoption of the C-169 and the recognition to the rights of free, prior, informed consent, social environmental laws adopted in Brazil, which recognize the rights of indigenous people to participate of the territorial and environmental management of their own territories and lands, and the strengthening of the political organization and participation of indigenous peoples. The indigenous peoples are really the heart of resistance in Brazil, along with many other groups and social movements, because they are really well organized. However, although that all this good legal framework and favorable institutional scenario, for sure, as you know, we are talking about Brazil, Latin America, so we have gaps between legal discourse and political practice, the persistent practice of what you call contemporary tutelary power. And what is that? It's the state, although the indigenous peoples, they have the right to self-determination and political autonomy, the state insists on controlling their lives and decisions, but even the activeness that we stated before and the more favorable scenario that we talked before, even that was upsetting political powers. And these political powers, they are linked to the capitalism, extractivism, to mining companies, big farmers, agriculture, and all the powers that now is linked to the Ministry of Agriculture and Energy in Brazil. So, because of that, we are facing now more than ever, because we were, but now more than ever, unfair disputes involving territorial and resource regarding the lands of indigenous peoples, traditional knowledge and intellectual property about the traditional knowledge and biodiversity that we can find in indigenous lands. And the indigenous peoples are even face clashes of understanding regarding views of development, and also understanding that how the human rights relates with non-human lives and environment. So in the middle of all of that, we are now talking about the possible impacts and consequences of that situation in Brazil. Well, first is about the public policies we had in Brazil, and we still have, officially we still have, a kind of what you call indigenista public policy. And what is that? It's a kind of understanding that public policies in Brazil where the non-indigenous peoples used to think about the indigenous policies, considering the participation of indigenous peoples. Which is not enough, we know, but at least we had that. And we were trying to transition for the indigenous policies that could be taught by indigenous peoples, by themselves, and with indigenous people. So we were really building an institutional scenario that could allow that. And you had the possibility of regard change that were really sensitive in matters of territorial rights, health rights, and education rights. Okay. But unfortunately, we have now the scenario, and this scenario can cause genocides, abstenticides, can conflict with and can impact human rights and social and environmental rights, and can affect especially indigenous peoples living in voluntary isolation, can affect their right to free, prior, and informed consent, and for the final situation that we could like to indicate is that it's really, really serious. Before, we had linked to the Ministry of Environment the Secretariat of Extractivism, but that extractivism was not the capitalist extractivism, it was the extractivism practiced by indigenous peoples, quilombolas, and traditional communities that Rosa will talk about in a while. And now it just disappeared by the force of that provisional measure. It disappeared. There is not the secretariat, there is not the competence that were transferred for another ministry anymore. So who will take care about these matters, and who will take care about the national policies on territorial and environmental management of indigenous lands? That was it is a very good idea of policy. By this understanding, the indigenous peoples have a plan where they can show to the government how they would like to develop and how they would like to manage their own lands, the territory, how they would like to relate with the non-human lives. So now we have the situation in Brazil. We are waiting for the National Congress to see what they will decide. And just to conclude, I'd like to say to you that I don't have conclusions because we are in the middle of the political hurricane in Brazil. We are waiting to see what is going on. But I'd like to share with you two questions that are my main questions now in my following research. First, how does consequences and impacts relate to backlash against indigenous rights, human rights, and social environmental rights in Brazil, but also beyond? And what's the responsibility of the global north regarding the cause of those backlash and its consequence? Last week, I think 1 week ago, more or less, the Ministry of Energy was in Toronto saying to mining investors that Brazil will open all the indigenous territories for the mining investors in the following years. So we are not talking about just what's going on in Brazil. We are talking about geopolitical situations that can affect all of us. And if it can affect indigenous peoples, it is already very important. So thank you for your attention.
So now we have Anne-Marie. So let's just put it this one.
Yeah, this one. I didn't like it was a picture. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Elusa and Marlon for the invitation. I'm really happy to be talking about this subject with Brazilians, since I am not myself. It's always really enriching to be able to share with others what I have done in their country. So today I want to talk about the series of decisions that have been made by Bolsonaro regarding guns and security in Brazil. These decisions, although we must say they will affect all Brazilians, will affect probably more historically targeted populations in Brazil, including residents of the urban slums. For the present communication, I'll defend the argument that Bolsonaro's decisions regarding public security and gun control will increase insecurity across Brazil, and especially for the people living in the favelas. So the reason why I am talking about the favelas is because I've been working there since my master's degree, and I'm now continuing my PhD degree with women living in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro particularly. So, okay. So first, to understand my argument, it's important to look back on the history of Brazil, and especially of state violence in the last 30 years, but also since colonization. So let's start with its historical roots. So police violence is something really present in many favelas of Rio. The violence is attributed to the war on drugs, politics, which constitute a militarized solution to drug trafficking in Brazil. Well, it's not a solution, but they think it is. In Brazil, we start to see the impact of this ideology in the 80s, but it was really crystallized around the 90s with many massacres. Some of them were really present in the media. I think especially of the Chacina de Candelária, where hooded police officers killed 8 street young people, and also of Chacina de Acari, during which 11 young people were also killed by hooded police officers. Yeah, so it's important to understand that Brazil has been under a military rule from 1964 to 1985, and many studies have analyzed the transition to democracy. And one thing that has been really striking to researchers is that the military police didn't really change since the dictatorship. So this is problematic, as you may know, for many reasons. Even though the military police exist in Rio since 1809, the dictatorship modified its officers' training and hierarchies. So during that period, the police was centralized to the federal level because beforehand it was at the state level and now it has gone back to the states. And so they were trained to counter insurrectional type of policing. They were also working closely with the army. And today, the view and tactics developed during that time are still currently used by the military police of Rio de Janeiro. So one reason this police culture stayed is the beginning of the war on drugs, because they continued to do what they were doing before, which is finding the internal enemy, the one that blends in the general population. So, however, these tactics of a counter-insurrectional style, that's a hard word to say, were relying not only on aggressive policing, but also on death squads, which were generally formed of police officers and of hired security people for doing the dirty work, which governors did not want to be associated to, and the states and not associated with any official state politics. So many forced disappearances were committed by the death squads, and today I really see a similarity with the militias, which are very active in Rio and especially in the favelas. Many are formed once again by off-duty police officers who believe that the different laws protecting human rights defenders are really preventing them from effectively win the war on drugs. And they have also taken power in many favelas nowadays, acting just like mafias. So they're controlling the activities on the territory, they're maintaining order and imposing taxes on local businesses and residents. So it's important to say that these violent groups are present in the favelas in great part because drug trafficking have been effectively present in these areas. Because the favelas have emerged informally, many public services lack, including services of public safety. In that context, drug traffickers found a safe place, and I insist on that, to conduct their business. And they are also often really strategic for selling drugs because they're between highways, close to rich neighborhoods, etc. So, in response to the increase of drug trafficking in the 80s, police intervened with great violence in the favelas with lethal weapons, tanks, helicopters. They are truly at war in the favelas. The problem is, like you may guess, that not everyone in a favela are trafficking or selling drugs, not even agreeing with that practice. So consequently, when police enter a favela with heavy weaponry to confront the traffickers answer with almost as much military power. So the people who live there just really get caught in the crossfire. So as you may guess, many innocent people will die from police violence, traffickers' violence, and militias' violence, which are sometimes all linked together. But also, many people are executed in the streets by police officers without having any chance of defending themselves or saying that they are not, for instance, traffickers or they did not do anything wrong. Well, but the thing is that most people who will die from police intervention are mainly young,
Black, and living in the favelas. They are usually instantly targeted as the image of the trafficker, since, as you have seen here, if you're poor, you're Black, and you're from the slums, it is assumed that you are a drug trafficker because you correspond to the stereotypical image. Okay, back here. The violence in Brazil against a Black population is nothing new. The military police itself was created in the beginning of the 19th century to prevent the slaves from revolting, because it was just after the Haitian Revolution. Racism is then something really important to take into account when we talk about insecurity in Brazil. Here, Amnesty International showed that 77 of the 56,000 persons who were murdered in Brazil in 2012 were, for instance, Black. And last year in Brazil, 5,159 persons were officially killed by the police. In Rio, it was 283, and 79% of these persons were Black. So, now, what's Bolsonaro doing? He's doing many things, but if I look from the favelas, there are two things I would like to talk with you today. So the first thing is the change in the legislation regarding police homicide. So until now, they used the Act of Resistance, which referred to an act of resistance to police orders, following which the police opened fire. So they use it to justify police officers who commit homicides while on duty. And it indicates that the victim was resisting arrest and that the police had no other choice but to open fire. So it really represents one of the major ways that police get off those homicides with impunity. So now, Sergio Moro, Minister of Justice and Public Security of Bolsonaro, proposed a new law against crime, which, including many other things, stipulates that the judge may reduce the sentence by half or refrain from applying it if the excess committed by the police officers results from excusable fear, surprise, or violent emotion. So echoing a long-lasting prejudice toward human rights defenders, which is said that they protect criminals, he and Bolsonaro argued many times before his election and after that too many restrictions like laws make it really hard for police officers to conduct their war on drugs. It goes as far as saying that police officers are criminalized for doing their work. So that's the first thing. And second thing, he wants to expand rights for civilians, to expand gun rights for civilians, saying people must be able to defend themselves when attacked. So, what he has done is he passed a decree saying that Brazilians can now have up to 4 guns in their home, and their gun license is now good for 10 years instead of 5 years. So this is really something that is dismantling a disarmament statute that was made by Lula in 2003. So before, officers had to determine the effective necessity for any demand of a gun permit. Now, the fact that you live in a rural area or that you live in a state with a homicide rate of 10 in 10,000 will automatically qualify you as to be able to get the permit. So that means that actually anyone can have a permit for gun carrying, for having a gun at home, because almost every state has this rate of homicide, and those who don't are rural. So in any cases, you will get the permit anyway. And if you are a police officer, you get it automatically, which was not the case before. Parfait. So, My argument was pretty simple, yeah. So those two things for me will increase insecurity. So for the general population in three ways. So the first one is in the streets. Because the drug traffickers, for example, they almost get all their weapons from legal acquisitions. So whether some people get weapons and sell them to them, or whether they're going to rob them from police officers, or whether corrupt police officers will just send them to them. So when you add more guns in the society, well, there will be more circulating and just more guns. So that's kind of a logic thing. So the second thing is, it's true for the rural areas in particular, but in the cities, there are many buildings with private security that are pretty impressive with cameras, but also humans carrying, for now, I hope no guns, but I know some of them have. So we can expect that if they are more armed, they're gonna get, there will be more death. Yeah, whether by accident or defending themselves. Yeah, exactly. And finally, I wanted to talk also about feminicide, because it's important to know that 47% of the women killed from men were killed with firearms. Sorry. So it's important to say that it's going to increase insecurity for women also. So, rapidly, for the favelas, so we can expect that there will be an increase in confrontation and especially more heavy weaponry. Just yesterday, I was reading an article of a newspaper in Brazil which said that helicopters, tanks were already more present in the favelas since the election of Bolsonaro. And it's important to know that the first people to die from those confrontations are going to be Black. Not only because the majority of the population in the favelas are Black, but also because the police sent in the favelas are also mainly Black. So the first one to die on one side or another are Afro-descendant people. And it's important to see that this is included in structural violence against this population in Brazil, and that many people nowadays talk about a genocide. It's also really important to know that if young men are brought to be in the police or in the drug trafficking, even though there are also women, when they kill young men, whether on the side or on the other, women will stay. And it is the woman who will have to sustain economically, physically, and emotionally their family after all those scars of violence. So it's important to take into account all the consequences that this can have, especially for women, because when we accentuate the role of men with guns, we often forget that they are the women who stay and they have the responsibility to protect and take care of the people who stay afterward. There is, and with all this idea, there is this phenomenon of hyper-masculinization, that because men with arms are support a stereotype of a man with a gun, which is powerful and everything, and in relation, they develop an image of women as submissive and victims of violence, and this kind of heavy violence tends to accentuate those stereotypes. And finally, we can expect heavy repressions against human rights defenders. And we saw with the case of Marielle, for instance, that many people were working together to bring down voices that were critics of this kind of politics. And she was the one looking out for the military intervention in Rio last year. And it's like a few months after that she was assassinated, for instance, between other things. But it's important to keep that in mind. So conclusion, Do I still have like 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Okay, great. So Bolsonaro pretends that it's important for the people to be able to defend themselves. That is why he says that we have to reduce gun control. And he promises to do that more effectively by next year. But what we see is that it will most likely increase insecurity if there are more guns in circulation for drug traffickers, police, and ordinary people. It's going to be heavier in the favelas, as I have said, and we have to take into consideration the physical, emotional consequences of that violence. In such a perspective, I want to close this presentation by remembering all of you that violence is always a question of power. So what are the political purposes of this gun control politics? So I have written maybe 3 hypotheses. So the first one we can expect is something of an industrial interest. Who's manufacturing the guns and who will profit from that market? So secondly, it's gonna increase violence that mostly kill Black people. So in context of racism in Brazil, we can expect that genocide of Black population is gonna get worse. And finally, regarding the relations between men and women, I think there is a possibility that it's gonna maintain social hierarchies between them. So that's what I had for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Rosa Peralta. Vou te dar um toque.
So I would like to thank Marlon and Elusa for inviting me, and I'll try to do my best. So I was invited to talk about the challenges to Quilombo communities in Brazil after the election of Bolsonaro, but I think I should introduce to you what are Quilombo communities. So that's what I'm trying to do. So I started talking in the period of 1988. That was when the Constitution of Brazil was promulgated, because I think it was a moment that we could start explaining a little bit. And the Federal Constitution of Brazil in 1988 marked the end of dictatorship. Like, it was a mark because it was a progressive, it's considered a progressive in terms of constitution, in terms of economic, social, and cultural rights. And it was a result of intense social mobilization of society. And it was a kind of surprising outcome, because we had just ended dictatorship, and this whole mobilization, even though there were already still conservative forces in Brazil. So it was kind of a surprising outcome. And in 1988, we also commemorate 100 years of the end of slavery. So at that moment, Black movement had the potential power to ask for reparation and compensation for slavery. So this was, they managed to get some things described in the Constitution that, if we compare it to the other constitution, was a really advanced, a very expressive advance. So among these advances, we can cite Articles 215 and 216 that recognize the social diversity of Brazil. And also they recognize the importance of protection of cultural heritage from various peoples, including indigenous peoples and Black people. And they also managed to create an article, the Article 68, that determined that to the remnants of Quilombo community, which are occupying their lands, legitimate ownership is recognized, for which the state shall issue their respective property right titles. So this was to guarantee that Black people would also have access to land as they had never had. So it was very good, but in 1992, the intensification of conflicts, land conflicts involving Rio das Rãs and Freixal in the northeast of Brazil, they were claiming for the application of this article. And they were, okay, so this is good. They were saying, we are Quilombo communities. So, but then people were asking, but Quilombo communities, Quilombo is a word that is defined by dictionaries and by common sense as settlements formed by Black runaway slaves. But Freixal and Rio das Rãs and the other claims and the other communities that were claiming for this article, they didn't have this historical of being formed by runaway slaves, not all of them at least. So they saying, okay, so what at the end is Quilombo then? What is the legislator wanted to say? Who are these people? Because Quilombo is a word that has an African origin, so it's not a Portuguese or origin. So they were saying, so this made provoked a historical revision of the history of settlements, Black settlements, and this. So on this historical revisionism, people start saying, so where can we find the Quilombos in society in Brazil? So we ended up finding out that Quilombo had a negative meaning for many people, since they were linked to criminals, assaults from the farmers during the colonization time. They have this dictionary definition and the common sense of runaway slaves, and but other forms of resistance to slavery started to appear. So there were also people from the Black movement that related Quilombos as class struggles, as little parts of Africa that wanted to reproduce Africa society in Brazil. So this was a moment that we started reading the history of Brazil. And then the legislators and the public ministry started saying, okay, so we have to grant them their right to land, but we have to define more or less we have to know what we're talking about. And then he asked for the Brazilian Association of Anthropologists that had already some accumulated work on indigenous people that were re-emerging. So they asked anthropology, the National Association of Anthropologists, to give a word on that. And then they according to Frederick Barth's principle of ethnical groups, they decided that they should frame Quilombo's community in an ethical approach rather than an historical approach. So it was the recognition of many forms of resistance that was at stake. So we started to know about resistance that people that had been of groups of Black families that had stayed in land for many reasons. Some, yes, they were runaway slaves that were in the forest or in very far places, hidden or not. Sometimes they had been trading with the market, the regular market. Sometimes they were stories, we found out stories about Black families that had managed to buy their lands, or maybe they had been received it by a donation of saint patrons, of missions, or whatever. Some received as a payment of military services during wars. So there were many different stories that differently from the story of Black people that in Brazil we always relate to violence or to carnival or to soccer stars. Now we were rediscovering history of Black people differently. So this is, I love this part of the story. So what were the main actors? Of course, the people that upset some agribusiness, people that are related to dams and mega projects, and they were not happy because this was supposedly to be considering groups, very specific groups, and now they start popping up groups from all over Brazil. So they were just like very worried about it. And in 1995, it was created the National Articulation of Quilombo Communities, supported by Black Movement, rural worker unions, pastoral commissions, NGOs, indigenous people, peasant movements. Now they are linked to the Via Campesina, for example, so they start making alliances to put forth their right. And also, this intensification of discussion of who were the Quilombos according to the law, we managed to gather researchers from many areas of study. So we had anthropologists, but we have lawyers, we had people from education too, we had many people discussing, and this created what we call a collective, is a collective group of interpreters of law. So this is nice because everyone was contributing to build up, starting from a simple article, a 3-line article, and everyone was contributing to build up what are the holders of this right. So the other side, we have the agribusiness, the conversionists also, because people that defend environment were like, some of them, they have this very reduced vision of that we have to save the nature from man, and so they have this way too. And in 2001, Fernando Henrique Cardoso, he decided to create a decree, but that he said they had to prove that they had 100 years of occupation, what was impossible because these communities, they are illiterate, they are far away, they have no historical documents of occupation, and that was absolutely impossible, and he knew that. So he was like favoring military agribusiness actors. So in 2002, with the ILO convention, Quilombo communities were considering that ILO convention. This was a very good advance too, because they were considered as being having almost the status of indigenous people, and this was also amazing. They also had this decree made by Lula that he created a work group with Quilombo communities, MAC movements, and lawyers, and everyone constructing the self, and this decree guarantees the self-identification. So is the community that's gonna say, I am Quilombo, and after that we're gonna carry on studies, but it starts on the self-identification of the community. And the land titles are indivisible, imprescriptible, and inalienable. That means that they cannot be sold, they cannot be devised by the community. It's a collective territory, a common territory that cannot be divided, cannot be sold, so it's gonna last forever. Also, it's not gonna prescribe. So this means taking out of the market, the land market, a lot of land, not that much as they think, but for the opponents is already very much. So they had this little advances. It was created a national policy for traditional people and communities in which Quilombos are in. And from 2004 to 2007, in 2004, there were 743 communities identified, and in 2007, it was like 3,000. So it was like a very big jump of communities. But we cannot say this is like opportunistic or is not illegitimate, but is also part, or is not a flexible, is not also a flexible law landmark, but is also due to the expansion of the frontiers by the capitalism. So when there were communities that were forgotten in their lands, and now the capital pushes the frontiers of agriculture, of cattle and everything, they just, whoops, there are communities here, and the conflict starts. And as the conflict starts, the community starts like, oh my God, I have to defend my territory, and then they find out about this law, and that's what's happening. So what are the effects of this historical exclusion of Quilombos? Okay, we have them as the poorest among the poor. They live in conditions similar to the Northeast region in 1996, so they are very poor. 90% of the families earn less than $170 a month. 11% of children are undernourished, so they have the situation very bad. But although we can see them as poor, we know they have a very wealth, that's the territory, their lands and culture. And they are all over Brazil. According to the CONAC, that's the National Coordination of Quilombos, there are 6,000 communities in Brazil, even though we don't know where they are exactly. We know a lot, but we know. There are 3,000 recognized by the state, 1,700 title processes going on, but only 196 titles were being delivered. So we see how this is decreasing. They didn't manage to get the title, but they managed to get visible at least. So this is how the recognition process started very well, and then in 2018, this is the federal budget too, 97% of cuts. And these are some quotes of Bolsonaro. And but as we can see, the cuts have been before Bolsonaro, you know. But Bolsonaro is gonna, as Priscilla and as Marie told us, things are going worse than ever. If they were already bad. So he said that he went to visit a Quilombo, and the lightest Afro-descendant there weighed 7 arrobas. Arrobas is a measure of cattle. We measure cattle by arrobas. So, and he said they didn't even were good for procreating anymore. And he said also, he stated that he's not going to demarcate a centimeter more for Quilombos or indigenous people. And there's some changes that happened in the indigenous policies in Brazil, and regarding Quilombos, it's very bad. You can see it. But the thing is, also land titling for Quilombos rested in the Ministry of Agriculture, so we're not going to have really no more tithing. And if there is a project that's going to impact them, the environmental licenses will be on Ministry of Agriculture. So we see conflict of interests there. And well, I think I have no time, but we must know that Bolsonaro's policies are made to reduce and any rights regarding these traditional communities. But we should see that for Quilombo communities, it's very important to be visible. So that's what I'm trying to do here, make them visible, the story of resistance. And we have to, is a part of the fight for just social justice, human dignity, and poverty eradication. Those are some sources.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Priscilla, Rosa, and Marie for beautiful presentations, so informative. We have learned a lot. So we have 10 minutes, so we can use this 10 minutes to ask a few questions and if you're interested, if you have any doubts about anything else, so you're welcome. Yes?
This might be a hard question too. We could probably spend like another hour talking about this, but this is obviously, there are some parallels with what's happening south of the border here. How did Bolsonaro get elected? Because I know there's been a lot of deconstructing about what happened with getting Trump elected, and like many articles and many people, like what happened, how did this happen? So how did this happen in Brazil? I don't know if that's easily encapsulated, but yeah.
There's no one explanation, I guess, but we have some indicators that because Bolsonaro was the second in the run for the presidency.
Okay.
So if Lula was not in jail, he would probably win in the first place. So as we see, putting Lula's in jail was very important for this. Already after 2016, when Dilma was taken out of power, this was already starting. They would not let go back after taking her out of office, so they would continue. And the way they found it was to put Lula in jail and also disqualify everything that is related to human rights, because everything that is related to the left wing is going to be considered like devil, and devil, you put people from churches too against the devil, and the devil is the PT, and the devil is the left, and this is a part of the story, but and the media played a very important role in it.
Well, I just want to say that since 2003, there was, from 2003 to 2016, there was mostly a left government in place. So I think that one of the explanation is also a kind of backlash against all the social politics that have been put in place. And also, when you said the media, like Globo is a monopoly, a mediatic monopoly, and they've been trashing the left for so long. When Dilma take off of power, many people were saying that Globo was responsible for the
Coup d'etat.
I just have the word in Portuguese, sorry, but that's also part of the equation.
So I really believe that your question is really important, and there are many people in Brazil and everywhere trying to understand what's going on, not only in Brazil but in Europe and other places where the social fascism and also the a kind of conservationism is raising really quickly. For sure, it was an anti-establishment vote. In that case, the establishment was the left, was represented for the left, and it was also a backlash against the rise of a kind of medium class that had the opportunity of access, rights, and services in Brazil. And also, for example, the increasing of Black people and indigenous peoples who could access the university, thanks also for some policies. And the Northeast, as Rosa told, is the poorest area in Brazil. And it was the area in Brazil where the Bolsonaro didn't win, and Ceará, that's the province that I came from, was the only one where Bolsonaro really lost, yes. But to sum up, it is that, but there are also, I think, geopolitical context that we need to consider. There is a crisis of the capitalism, and there is also an environmental crisis that's affecting the merchandise, the commodities, and the way that the capitalism
has related with nature and with these traditional groups and traditional peoples and indigenous peoples and quilombola, and also people who live in urban areas who are not included in the capitalism system but are more once regarded as the reserve of it's almost a very Marxist understanding that I think you have to go on again. Like that's not that Karl Marx. It's and other economists from the political economy are not important. Were not important, but now we are coming back for a way of thinking the capitalism and the way that capitalism operates that exclude even the discourse of human rights. Imagine 10 years ago, if a country as Brazil were in such this place, I believe that the other countries were really going against at least the discourse of anti-human rights that are going on in Brazil, but now this is acceptable because the US, the Europe, and other countries are adopting economic, political, social, and cultural measures that go against an idea of human rights. I'm talking about a very liberal idea of human rights. I'm not talking about very radical ideas of human rights that could really build equity and fair society. No, I'm talking about very liberal ideas of human rights. So for better understanding that, for sure you need to understand the structure of Brazilian society that's racist, that is patriarchal, that's sexist, and there's a huge gap between the most wealthy people and the other people in Brazil. I came from Ceará, as I told, it's a very resistant place, but Fortaleza, that's my hometown, is the most inequality city in the whole Brazil. And it's really unbelievable. The rich people there are really, really, really rich people. I never saw them because I'm not from that place, but I know they exist. I know. So, for saying that, it's important to understand Brazil by Brazil, for sure, as Canada. Canada is this. But it's also, I think we need to understand what's going on in Brazil as a laboratory of what can come to other places in the globe, and how it can affect the North, the South, the global North and South, and how the North is responsible for everything that's going on in Brazil and in the South. Not only for the propaganda, that there are many studies showing that the same people who supported Trump for the election supported also Bolsonaro and the fake news and the way that operating by propaganda, but also understanding the lobby of big extractive industries as the mining industry and other kind of industries that are based on the North. They are the majority of the activists, they are not from the South. So it's a very complicated, but it's not possible to understand Brazil and what went there, just looking to Brazil.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think that is it. I would like to thank our much esteemed panelists. I don't think we have any more time, right?
Yeah, we
ran out of time. I'm sorry, so we have to stop here. But you are free to stay and maybe chat with our panelists. That's an option, certainly. So this is just a small token of our appreciation on behalf of the GSDE Organizing Committee. This is for you. We are so happy to have you here today. This is for you, Rosa, and for Priscilla. There you go. Thank you so much.
Come and ask them questions.
Yes, we have 15 minutes before our next presentation, so.
You can be here, I think, if you want.
We have to clean up the chairs.
I'm gonna ask my question. Ask your question.
Yeah, sure. So maybe we can just.
My question was, a lot of you talked about very drastic and oppressive measures that are happening in Brazil.
And I was just telling Miranda, I was like, this panel is making me depressed.
Sorry.
And I know some of you mentioned some resistance, but I was wondering if it was possible to talk more about how the resistance is happening in Brazil to all of this right now.
I can. Well, it's a very good question, and it's actually the theme of my PhD. Yay! But I'm focusing a lot of women's resistance because since there is this idea
Anyway, that's my thing.
colleagues Huda Jawar and Jeremy Tongue. We are master students in the EdTech program here at Concordia University, and we're also students of Dr. Davidson and Dr. Nafi, who kicked off this project and who we're grateful for including us in this team effort to revamp experiential learning activities in the instructional design program at the graduate level. But first, in true educational form, we want to start with a little quiz. What you think Blockbuster, Sears, and the Encyclopedia have in common. And you're probably thinking that they don't exist anymore. And that's because they didn't stay ahead of the curve, and they were not strategic, and so went under. And the reason that we're bringing this up is because this is exactly what Concordia is not aiming to do. In fact, they have this pursuit for continuous innovation, and their mission, their mission is to keep themselves ahead of the curve by keeping their students ahead of the curve. So the request that we want to kick it off with is one that was identified by Dr. Davidson and Dr. Nafi, which was that as the next generation university, Concordia strives to prepare its students for next generation ideas, talent, and impact. They want to promote experiential learning to ensure students will thrive in the rapidly changing workplace and economy. So essentially this led to a 3-year project that really wanted to transform courses into the Graduate Department of Education to make sure that the courses were more engaging and reflected the contemporary work context by making their courses more problem-based as well as experiential. And our part came into revamping the ISD course, which comprises of lectures and labs that were originally designed by Dr. Carliner, as well as Dr. Davidson, and then later revamped by Nadia Nafi. The 3 of us were chosen, it's okay, I'll do this, sorry. The 3 of us were chosen because we were students in the course in the past, and we had obviously firsthand experience, as well as the fact that while we were in the course, we gained kind of informal feedback that helped us inform the analysis and the design phase. So going with that, this kind of is all wrapped up in the strategic direction of Concordia, which is teaching for tomorrow. So teaching for a next generation that's connected, transformative, and fit for the times by providing the experience of exploring real-world problems. And we did this by taking the ISD course and using the ADDIE model that we learned to revamp these design components. So you might be wondering, I mean, there's quite a few of you who've taken ISD and know ADDIE well, but if you don't, what are ISD and ADDIE anyways? So, ISD stands for Instructional Design, which is one of the core courses in the EdTech program, which prepares students to be instructional designers by teaching them how to identify performance problems that are rooted in a lack of knowledge and how to design learning solutions that address those problems. It's really hands-on. They are given real-world problems or define them themselves and create instructional programs that address that. And it also really emphasizes the ability to communicate their design choices in a thoughtful and persuasive manner. And so ADDIE is what, I mean, interestingly, we used to revamp these courses and also is what is taught in the program. And it's a framework for instructional design that touches on 5 activities, starting with analysis, moving to design, development, implementation, and evaluation. This kind of old school approach would be to apply this model maybe throughout the development of an entire course, but we wanted to ensure that it sort of was more agile and reflected, really helped us inform the iteration of each lab. And so we worked with Dr. Nafi and Dr. Davidson to use it throughout the development of each component. And that's what we're going to look at. So over to you,
All right.
Jeff.
So following with the ADDIE framework, we began with the analysis. And as we were tasked with revamping and activities that already existed and activities that we had gone through when we took the course, we used our own experiences as a source of data. And to ensure the validity of our conclusions, we validated our findings with other students who took the course at the same time as us and before us. And when we were collecting this data, we were looking to establish what parts of the activities students found the most helpful, what parts of the activities they found actually helped them achieve success, and what material did they find was the most difficult, what material did they have trouble understanding, and found that they needed more help to grasp. So after establishing those, we examined the course outline to establish the key milestones and establish when they were supposed to use the difficult material and when they were first learning about that material. And in doing so, we identified the learning objectives for each lab and set the schedule. So following the analysis, we continued with the design. And when we were designing the new iterations of the activities, we designed based on two main principles. First, the lab activities were designed with the course objective. So the course overall had one objective, and each separate class had its own objective. So the lab activities were designed to reach that objective, which in most cases was the objective that would allow students to complete their individual projects, their individual instructional design project throughout the semester. And the 21st century skills were the skills that would allow them to do so effectively and efficiently. And in this case, we're talking about 21st century skills as the skills, competencies, and knowledge that have been established by academics and business professionals as being the skills that were essential to thrive in the 21st century workplace, such as collaboration, creativity, and
problem solving.
Our
communication skills, which are critical,
yes.
clearly.
So following with the previous iterations of the lab activities, we designed a case study. We changed the situation a little to fit more contemporary times. And the case study was focused on collaboration. So all the students were separated into groups where they worked as a team of instructional designers throughout the whole semester to work through an instructional design project. So we used a problem-based approach to design the labs, where every lab students were presented with a problem to which they had to find a solution by the end of the lab and then present it to their fellow students and to us, the TAs and professors. So each lab was built to build upon the previous lab. For example, in one lab, students just had to draft learning objectives for their training program. In the following lab, students had to use those learning objectives to then draft an evaluation strategy that would effectively evaluate whether or not their learners had reached those objectives. So we also use a scaffolding approach when designing it, where when we established when students were first getting introduced to the complex material, we scheduled the labs on those days. So when students were first reading about the material that they would then later have trouble understanding, we set the labs to just put them just a little outside of their comfort zone so they could interact with the material as soon as they first interacted with it to ensure that the deeper understanding. And lastly, all the labs were designed with the concept and the need of verbalizing your ideas. As instructional designers, it's really important to verbalize your ideas and communicate them to not only the client, but whoever you are working with. So throughout the labs, every single time that students were working, they had to then share their experience with their fellow students in the form of informal presentations or in the form of pitches to the whole class at the end.
Okay, following up that is the development phase, where it wasn't only an iteration of the previous labs, but we were continuously iterating the design of the labs to fit the learner's needs as they were addressed by students' feedback and the situation that we were going through. After that, the implementation. Thank you. During the implementation of the labs, their design, as mentioned in the development phase, were continuously being innovated to tailor them to fit the learner's needs, which was fed to us by the students' feedback and to provide them with the best possible experience. We realized that the more we were able to anticipate the learner's situations during the design and development phase and later on stay attentive to them while implementing them, the better the learning experience would be. In doing so, we took into consideration everything from the physical environment, the time of the day, and even the time of the semester. For example, one example is in designing for a night course where we saw dips in energy, so that emphasized the need for designing in a dynamic way where we asked students to move around and write their answers on the board. A second thing that we learned is that people use the time given to them. So for example, if you give them 45 minutes to complete an activity, they would take it all up. However, if you give them 15 minutes and then an extra 5, they would finish the activity at that given time.
This was important to us because it also gave us feedback on our time management and helped contribute to the learning experience as a whole. This process reinforced the learner-centered component and the importance of meeting the learner's needs, which can be iterated given the feedback that we're getting either directly during the lab or helps inform changes in the next lab.
So at the end of the semester, we received several positive feedback from various students. And so, one student mentioned that he found that the engaging classroom environment actually motivated him to apply himself more in his work, because these lab activities from throughout the iterations weren't just sitting in a classroom getting a lecture. They're very dynamic, and their students can interact with the material. When they've mentioned that they found this very, very engaging. And there's also, we received comments that students found that working through their ideas in lab activities allowed them to push their ideas a bit further than they would typically in a graded assignment where they don't want to risk doing the wrong thing. In a lab activity that wasn't graded, they were able to try something new, evaluation strategies that diverge from a simple questionnaire, doing something that's more engaging with the learners. And lastly, students mentioned that they actually enjoyed the course, which is, I think, in my opinion, it's one of the most important things. You want students to actually enjoy the learning process. So we found that was a good market success.
And we would like to present to you 3 takeaways from our experience going through this process. First of all, design in a way that fosters 21st century skills, and in doing so, think not just about what you want to teach, but how you are going to teach. Design in a way that people can collaborate and communicate and problem solve, and this way you are fostering the 21st century skills. The second, good design emerges from a keen sense of empathy, and this goes back to the importance of empathic design, where you put yourself in the learner's shoes and tailor all the experience to their needs. And lastly, adapt the design to the situation and learner's needs, which also relates to the importance of empathy, where you have to design in a way that you can be adaptive to any given situation and meet the learner's needs on the spot, rather than designing one thing that fits everyone.
So in the end, the whole project proved to be a true learning experience, and we thank our professors to selecting us for the project, where it provided us with the opportunity to work on a real-world problem and use our knowledge that we obtained in the class and actually have concrete results at the end. And through this, we learned a lot of valuable information, some of them were in the takeaways, that we continue to use as we're designing for the second phase of this project for the following class, and also in our internship, as these lessons are lessons that we couldn't have, that are hard to learn from a book. You have to actually be designing the course and facilitating them and realizing that the course can't always be rigid, especially in this case, the findings that we had with the group of students that we were teaching in the course is not going to be the same as next year's students. So it's designing a course that can actually evolve with the students and meet their needs throughout the evolution of the course. Thank you, and good night.
So, are questions? That's a thing that's happening?
Yes, that's a thing.
Does anyone have a question?
Questions are.
I think I missed it, but how long was the period that you were actually interacting with the kids in the schools?
For the course of 1 semester, is that what you mean?
Was it a 4-month period?
Yes, though there were how many, not every class had a lab,
There were 6 different labs.
Okay, so
and
6
it's
courses.
a course in the program at the graduate level.
Yeah, we were our own guinea pigs in a certain sense. We had just done the course, so we were really close to what the experience was and the kinds of things that we thought could help it, as well as chatting to other students while we were in the course and after the fact. So, yeah.
So, do you think having, as you're saying, your experiences both having been students in the course and then designing the course, do you think there really is a marked improvement in the course yourself now? Do you truly believe that there's a big difference in the learning outcomes?
Yeah, one thing to mention is that the course wasn't redesigned. it was revamped to meet the new needs of the 21st century skills needs. So the course was already designed. It's still based on the same course objectives. Even the labs were pre-existing. They were just revamped to fit the new needs of our generation and the new workplace demands. So the real project is a revamping of the pre-existing lab. In answering your question, the course was already successful in a way and good, and it still now meets even more the demands of the workplace.
I think so, yeah, you hear. I think so though, like it was like this, the little differences I think that I hope help people have it click even further, right? Because we just tried to refine certain components that you could see where, I mean, it's a tough course. There's a lot of, I mean, there's a lecture and then there's a lab, but where there's a lecture, it's like heavy theory and it's new for all of us. And it can be overwhelming because you're applying it to your own project and you're doing that independently. So having these labs that were super collaborative, like Jeremy said, people could air out their questions, they could learn and like try things in a safe environment, which we had already had like components of, right? But it was just concretized, I think. So I think that's some of the feedback we had is people were like, oh, like we got it. There was like a new glue to it, sort of.
What would you say is like if there was, like your biggest design challenge, like while you were going through like the ADDIE process? Like what was a moment, like Jeremy mentioned, that it's not something you can learn like in a book, like you have to like really go through it. Like what were some like aha moments that you had that were like difficult but then you like learned from?
I'd say having the flexibility in mind when you're designing the course, especially right now we're doing the second step of the project but there's two different, when we did this one, there's only the night course. For the new project, there's both a day course and a night course. The day course has 25 people, the night course has 12. And we realized that some of the activities work in the night course because there's 12 people, whereas in the day course with 25, there's 7 different lab groups. Then there's a line of 7 people to write on the board.
Right, yeah.
Things took a lot more time. So, and it's understanding that you can, rather than changing the whole activities, you just adapt to the fact that there's more people and maybe set up a situation where students can write on different opposite ends of the class to them. You feel something to add?
No, I think that's it.
Those were
Yeah.
good.
Cool, sweet, thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
Oh, perfect. We're on time.
All right, I guess I'll get started. Hi everyone, my name is Isabella Boutros and I am in the first year of my master's at McGill University. I am in the Education and Society program with a concentration in math and science education. And my supervisor is Dr. Lehman Jaff. So I'm here today to talk to you about my proposed research titled Inquiry-Based Science Instruction, Overcoming Barriers in Implementation. So before I begin, I think it's important to position myself and tell you where I'm coming from and why this research interests me. So before beginning my master's, I was a grade 6 science teacher at a private school in Washington, D.C. My school was really small, so the administration tasked the teachers with this idea of focusing on our creative teaching. But we could kind of take that in whatever way it meant to us. It was a very creative school in general. So as a science teacher, I thought, well, inquiry-based instruction is probably what could be creative teaching in a science classroom. I had heard about it before. I didn't really know much about it, but I spoke with some of my colleagues and I thought, okay, this is something I'm going to try. So in my first year of teaching at this school, I had to redevelop the grade 6 science curriculum because no curriculum was given to me. The teacher who had it before just kind of up and left with it. So I knew the curriculum pretty well because I designed the new curriculum. So my next year, I thought, how am I going to make this more inquiry focused? I tried really hard. I took a lot of time. It took a lot of time and energy, but I still really, really struggled. I faced a lot of difficulties. A lot of this was relating to support. So when I went to my science department chair, who I loved, and asked for help, her response was, well, I teach grade 11, I teach grade 12, I don't really know much about grade 6, I'm sorry, I can't help you. My colleagues also were like, you know, that's going to take a lot more of your time. Maybe you shouldn't focus on that anymore. Maybe you should just focus on the curriculum you've created. Don't try to change it. Don't reinvent the wheel. So I had a lack of support. I also, as a new teacher, had a lack of knowledge of how I could do this. And I didn't have any resources to pull from at my school. So the research I've done so far on my research interest has actually shown me that this experience is true of many teachers. They face these difficulties in their own school environments. So this brought me to what I believe is the motivating problem for my study. Research shows that student interest in science begins to decline in middle and secondary school, and I think that's a big problem. Not only for science in school, but for after school. So this results in a lot of people, the number of people who engage in STEM careers, STEM being science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, this number decreases, which poses a threat to our society. So I thought, well, one possible solution to this could be inquiry-based instruction because it has been shown to have many benefits. So this could be a potential solution, but there's little research that shows teachers and aids teachers and actually implementing it in their classrooms. And again, this is a struggle that I faced in my own classroom. So this is really what got me motivated and brought me to McGill. So I think it's important to understand what inquiry-based instruction is to me when I began telling you about my proposed research. Teachers understand it differently. So to me, inquiry-based instruction is a student-centered teaching method. This means that students are really at the forefront of the learning. The teacher is there to guide the students, but the students are the ones generating questions. They're the ones proposing research, and they're the ones discussing their findings with each other. The teacher moves away from the front of the classroom and is really engaged in the learning with the students. Inquiry-based instruction provides students with experiences that allow them to work and think like scientists in the classroom. So it takes science from the real world and brings it to the classroom, and I think that's really important because that could potentially engage them in science in their classroom. Inquiry-based instruction provides an opportunity for authentic learning. So the students, as they are the center of the learning, they're actually learning because they are creating the learning for themselves. And in doing so, they develop into critical thinkers because they are questioning themselves, they are questioning each other, they are questioning the world outside around them, and develop critical thinking skills, which are important skills that extend beyond the classroom. So it typically involves students coming up with a question, doing some sort of research or an experiment to potentially arrive at a solution to their question, and then they discuss with each other, they debate with each other, and hopefully arrive at some community understanding of what it is that they're studying. And in this sense, the students are acting like as a community of scientists in the classroom as scientists act out in the real world. So there are many benefits to inquiry-based instruction. One is that students are able to see the importance of science in the real world because the real world science is being brought into their classroom and they're truly engaging with it. And in that sense, it's not some memorization of facts or an equation. It's actually engaging in the work of a scientist. It has been shown to lead to increased achievement measured by grades and attitudes towards science. So students are doing better in their science classes because of inquiry-based instruction, but they also feel more excited and more motivated by science because they're actually taking part in the learning process and the science process. Students are able to own their own learning. So like I said, they're the ones generating the questions, they're the ones arriving at the solutions and discussing with each other. And in that sense, the learning has come from them and not from their teacher who is telling them what they need to memorize. They are really deciding what it is that they're going to learn about whatever unit they are studying at that time. They're able to connect the classroom to their real life because they can bring in outside problems into their classroom, which leads to increased motivation. And it has also been shown to provide an equitable opportunity to learn across gender and race. So it's just another reason that inquiry-based instruction is so beneficial in the classroom. Although there are so many benefits, there are also many challenges for inquiry-based instruction. One, like I touched on earlier, was true of my own experience, a lack of time. It takes time to plan a curriculum composed of inquiry. Professional development opportunities are required to actually develop your knowledge as a teacher of inquiry-based instruction and how you can implement it in your own classroom. And teachers feel that they have a lack of good models that show successful inquiry in their own classroom. So a successful model would only help a teacher implement it in their classroom. And then teachers feel that they need a lot of resources in order to implement inquiry-based instruction. This isn't always true, but it's a constraint that teachers feel. Another constraint is class size. So I was lucky. My biggest class was 12 students, but most teachers don't face that experience. So a class of 12 versus 30 is a very different experience. And in that way, implementing inquiry would look very different in our classrooms because of classroom management issues between 12 and 30 students. Teachers have differing views of what inquiry-based instruction is, which is why I gave you what my definition of inquiry-based instruction is. But because of that, the teachers or administration may be asking teachers to implement it in different ways, in ways that they don't understand it to be, and in that sense can create miscommunication or difficulties in actually implementing it in a certain way. Also, teaching beliefs, so how teachers believe that they should be teaching and how students learn, will impact if they believe that inquiry-based instruction is even the right way for them to be teaching. Like I said earlier, classroom management strategies. Inquiry-based instruction is a totally different method of teaching and therefore requires different classroom management strategies, but that might require a teacher to totally reconfigure their classroom, which takes a lot of time and effort. And an understanding of scientific inquiry. How is science knowledge generated? If you understand it differently from someone else, for example, you're going to think about implementing it in different ways. One thing I think it's important to define is what does it mean for students to be inquisitive? Because I said that the questioning process is really at the forefront of this inquiry process for students. So to be inquisitive, students observe, question, explore, and engage with the world around them in order to learn more about something. So this is really what I believe is central to inquiry-based learning. So this led me, all of this, the background on inquiry and students questioning, led me to my current research objective and question. My objective is to examine how teachers might implement inquiry-based instruction in their classrooms. And in order to get to that, my question is, how can teachers support their students in being more inquisitive in science class? So I want to focus really on students being inquisitive in science class as a step towards leading to inquiry-based instruction. So in my study, I plan to do a case study. I plan to use 4 cases or 4 teachers in secondary schools. And I really want to focus on their insights and experiences teaching science, but also how are they getting their students to ask questions and ask the right questions. I really hope that in doing so, I will learn from the teachers, but also they will learn more about their own practice and how they can benefit themselves and their students. So in the fall of 2019, I plan on doing classroom observations with 4 secondary science teachers. Again, I want to focus on how these teachers are creating a classroom that fosters inquiry. How are teachers guiding their students towards being more inquisitive in their classroom? I'm also going to do, at the same time as I am doing these weekly classroom observations, interviews with the teachers. There'll be one-on-one, semi-structured interviews to discuss their knowledge of inquiry at first, to just see where do they stand. And then how they believe that their teaching practices are fostering inquiry, or how can they possibly alter their practices to foster more inquiry. Afterwards, I will analyze and code the data, and I will look for themes focusing on classroom environment and how teachers are supporting their students in being inquisitive. So I hope that this will bring about useful knowledge for myself and the teachers I'm working with. I hope that this could be a step towards increasing the use of inquiry-based instruction in science classrooms. And I hope that this will eventually increase student motivation, achievement, and engagement in science class. I think that science is, and STEM in general, a really important field for our world. And hopefully inquiry-based instruction is just one way we can get students to see the importance and be more motivated in that field. Thank you. Any questions, comments, suggestions would be greatly appreciated. Yeah.
I'm wondering, I know that some research differentiate between novice, like new learners, and experts, and like students who have some backgrounds, they better this learning from this type of instructions, but people who are new to the subject, they might struggle.
Yeah.
Are you like?
I actually haven't considered it in terms of the students. I've thought about it in terms of teachers.
Okay.
So I plan to work with more experienced teachers because I think a novice teacher will face different challenges than a more experienced teacher. But I haven't thought about it in terms of students. That's a really good question. Something I will consider. Thank you. Yeah.
Are your former colleagues in Washington aware of the research you're doing? And if so, what do they?
I actually just told them about it on Monday, so not all of them, just a few of them, but I spoke with a science teacher, and he's really excited about it. He actually is also trying to use more inquiry in his classroom, so he said he wants to talk more, so yeah. Yeah.
I noticed that you chose the interview as your method. I don't know why, the first thing that came to my mind is observation. So I don't know, did you think about going into the classroom and actually seeing each other?
Yeah, so I'm going to do both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's definitely important to be in the classroom.
Yeah,
That's my main focus. Yeah. Yeah?
I'm just wondering, what possibilities do you think exist if inquiry-based learning is applied to its fullest potential?
Well, I think it just really engages students in science learning, and they actually will learn how scientists work out in the real world. And I think that that's really important because I think a lot of students are scared of science and mathematics and STEM in general because it's a lot of memorization. It's a lot of, at least the way I was taught, it's a lot of just like, these are the facts and you need to know them and that's how you're going to succeed. And I think inquiry-based learning allows them to learn all of those things in a really engaging way and like a really hands-on way. And in that sense, that the students can go out into the real world or think about going out in the real world and saying, oh, actually, that is something I would like to do. As a teacher, I really focused on, aside from the curriculum I was teaching, showing my students what they could do with what they were learning after school. They were really young, so they kind of thought about everything, like being an astronaut and going to Antarctica and literally everything. And I thought that was really cool because I tried to get them outside and I tried to get them doing things that showed them that science isn't just memorizing numbers, it's actually working in the field and having fun while you're doing it and learning a lot in the process. So I would hope that inquiry-based instruction could provide something like that for students. Yeah.
Have you considered the possibility of the amount of knowledge they acquire, if there is any change between whether it was in the traditional classroom or inquiry-based?
So the research that I've read so far shows that that doesn't really change because they're still learning. It's just in a different way. I think that though it's really important for the teacher to know how to use it in the right way, so that the learning that is traditionally the teacher at the front of the classroom is still occurring. But I think because the students are owning the learning, I think in that sense they might even learn more because it's engaging for them. Yeah.
So I missed part of your lecture because I had to go get coffee. But I have a question. I don't know if you mentioned this in the part that I missed, or if you did think about it at least. But did you ever think about, so when you're talking about inquiry-based science learning, did you ever think about incorporating the philosophical part of it? For example, the discussions of the philosophy discussions in science. For example, when I think of science pop culture, and I think of physics and the physics pop books that you read, and they talk about the origins of the universe, the double-slit experiment, and all of these things, and they're really interesting, and they do have a philosophical side.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you do incorporate part of that in your inquiry. Would you consider that that's suitable for them? I mean, I find it very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really interesting. I actually haven't really considered it, but I taught really young students, but in some senses we still had discussions like that in a very tailored down way. And I think if it's something that should be included, I think you can always find ways to do it. I actually haven't thought about it at all though, but that's a really interesting thing to think about. Thank you. Yeah.
From a research perspective, what challenges do you anticipate experiencing?
So I'm building connections with schools and teachers, and I'm hoping that teachers are, getting their kids to be inquisitive. And I think one challenge I could face is if that isn't happening in the classroom, but then to focus on maybe why that's not happening, how it differs from an ideal inquiry-based classroom. And that's just another interesting conversation to have with a teacher of why you're doing it that way. What do you see the benefits to be? Because I think in that sense, we can both learn a lot from each other. But I could see that being a challenge. Yeah.
Will you be sharing your findings with the administration of the school room?
If possibly. I haven't thought about that.
So that's a fair question because I can see a layered.
Yeah, if I came across something significant that I think they should know, I think that would be important, definitely to communicate, especially if it could lead to improved practice at the schools. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
like texting is really like
Yeah.
in the front row.
So good afternoon, everyone. This is, my name is Alina Gutierrez, and I'm part of the Individualized program. My main research is about the long-term impact of using visual tools to facilitate teams. But today I'm going to be, well, I haven't started the main research yet. I'm doing small research under the same umbrella. So once I have my comms, I know how to structure my research better. And up to now, I divided my research in 3 different small projects. In one, I'm looking about how people could balance different roles in life, specifically working moms that are coming back to work once after the mat leave is over. The second one is about how visuals are included in different situations and the difference it makes in the results, depending on how we include them in our designs. And then the third one, and the one I'm going to be talking about today, is about diversity and inclusion in visual tools. So just a little bit of background. There's a lot of research that speaks a lot about visuals or creative methods, art space methods, and why we should use them. So they help for co-creation, they highlight different points of view, they make people feel heard, there's less misunderstandings, there's a lot of traction and people tend to get things done when there's art space research involved. It promotes creative thinking, increases ownership, increases clarity and understanding. There's transferability, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. And also it saves time. So there's a lot of reasons why we should be using them, yet we don't use them enough, and there's not enough research about, well, there's a lot of experiential data out there of like, oh, I saw it and it works, but there's not a lot of research being done in this area. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself so you understand why I got there. I draw for a living, and I take visual notes live of organizational events, group discussions, and during my practice, I have realized that there's way more than just the wow factor behind using these type of tools. But also, there's a lot that's being missed because we started using them just because they're fun without thinking about the purpose behind them. So when we use tools, and I think it happens with any tool, but when we use tools just because they're cool, but we don't think about the purpose, sometimes we end up getting the opposite effect. My idea throughout my research is like, I'm going to challenge that creative activities. I'm challenging that creative activities are interruption of serious work. And I want to show like teams and organizations how involving these type of creative activities could help teams perform better. And as I started reflecting on my practice, there's something that was brought up to me several times. So as a visible minority, I'm a woman, Latino, immigrant. Most of my posters, most of my characters ended up being white males. So I got, several questions about it, and then I realized, okay, there's something there, and I want to explore it. It's a vulnerable topic. It's been a little bit tough. I'm in the process of it, and that's the process I want to share with you. And so I'll start by telling you the 2 main research questions that I started from, and it's how can we be inclusive in visuals without falling into tokenism? So the first exercise I did, I went into Google and I typed Latino icons. Guess what I got? Sorry? Tons of sombreros. Yeah. And, as one icon of Latino culture and some specific group, I'm Colombian. I don't wear a sombrero. And if someone draws that to represent me, I don't see myself in that picture. So the more I started talking and exploring that topic, the more I realized how complex it is and the many layers that there's under. And so my second question was, what does it take for participants to identify themselves in the picture? And now I'm going to ask you that question. So if you have your cell phones handy, please take your cell phones out. And in your browser, I'm going to ask you to go to polf.com/Alina Gutierrez with 2 R's, 191. And I'm going to give you a minute for that. If you don't have your cell phone, I didn't give a maximum number of answers per participant, so you could just give an answer to someone around you and they can type it for you.
Do we answer the question? Okay, sorry. If you're having any problem with it, you can skip. You don't have to write your name or anything. Just. My question is, are you in the picture? Do you see yourself in that picture? Yes or no, and why? You needed, sorry. Has anyone not been able to access it? Yeah?
Oh, no, just copy this slide.
And if you just typed yes, I would, I want to ask you to, oh, it's okay. Why do you see yourself in that picture? Like, what is it that makes you see yourself represented? So yes, because I see someone who looks like they're Asian, maybe. I mean, I might be a mixture of some of these. There's like a really strong no. Yes, yes, yes. A female character wearing a hijab is there. No, none of them are like me. No, because the color of the shades do not fully represent me. Yes, Asian Muslim. Yes, but I find someone with a similar skin color and gender as mine. I'm a white male, I see myself in the picture whether I'm in or not. Yes, a girl in blue jeans. Now, just look at this picture. And then I'm gonna ask you the same question. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Could we see it again?
Absolutely. Oh, sorry. There.
This one?
Yeah. Kind of. Yes. Yes. Not sure about it. And then these type of tools just make me wish that I could just ask follow-up questions if some of the answers again. Maybe. And I'm not sure. Not sure. So I wanted to show you a little bit of, I mean, it's kind of the process that I went with participants. Sorry, the figures are more abstract. Yes, I'm always in a coffee place, or the picture represents me more compared to the previous ones. Now, I collected data in 2 different ways. I did a full afternoon workshop where I discussed with participants the topic. We had tons of markers, papers, and then the more we talked about it and people started talking about the layers of diversity, the more scared we got to draw something. Because we started getting to the point where we were like, it doesn't matter what we do, we're always going to exclude someone, or there's some part of our identity that might not be represented. So I had brought some pictures, and I put those pictures on the table and asked people, okay, go and look for pictures where you see yourself, and then we're going to start talking about what was it. What was it in those pictures that helped you see yourself in the picture? And then, or what was it about some pictures that created a strong reaction, and you were like, oh no. So take either or. And then some of the participants said, well, my race is invisible because it's not color. And then there's so many layers to my identity that are invisible. How do we represent that? Images with different skin colors, but the same features, give me the sense of that we're just adding colors and doing a checklist. One white, one black, one brown, one yellow. Yes.
So, and I hear reactions to this. I definitely see myself in the image. It's less about, so for some images that were into more of a context, people were like, okay, I do see myself here. It's more about the context than the skin color sometimes. So the person told me, I identify myself with a white mother. I don't identify myself with a black skater kid, even though I'm a person of color. Oh my goodness, okay. Then the main themes out of all these that started coming are emotions. So it's not just about the skin color or the features, but the emotions. People are see themselves in the emotions, and if they see themselves in that emotion, they might see themselves in the picture. About roles. So what is the role? Some people say I'm not a mother, but I'm an aunt. So I see myself in this picture. The essence of the image. What is it that it's representing? Now, we talked about symbols. Doesn't have colors, but that was an LGBTQ flag. One of my participants was a lesbian mother, and she said, I identify as a lesbian mother, but it's hard for me to find my image in magazines, let alone finding a lesbian couple with a baby or a biracial lesbian couple with a baby. We don't see ourselves anywhere. So it's about the context. I don't need the flag. If I see two women hugging with a baby, I might see myself represented in them. And then this one was the color. So, and how I started exploring this was I started taking the things, trying to work with illustrations, sending it back to participants and asking them, so, is this picture doing a better work than the one that we were discussing about? So this one obviously is like about the features, difference in features, and just putting a color that might not make you feel inclusive. So then I said, okay, maybe I have to change my style. This is not my illustration, but it's an illustration that got a lot of negative reactions. And then I said, well, people were like, it feels like a checklist. And then when you enumerate a bit diversity, when it doesn't feel natural and you're just enumerating, you're always going to be missing someone. And then I said, okay, let's do something really neutral. And people were like, no, that's not me. It alienates me. Like I don't see myself in there. Like I don't have that connection with the content. So, where am I going with this? I'm still exploring. I mean, it's an ongoing reflection. I've been reading a lot. There's someone that says the first step is awareness and not to run from the problem. So I have that awareness that I'm missing the diversity in my practice, and I'm trying to not hide from the problem. But I think it's going to be a challenge, and we've been hearing a lot in different presentations about context. What works in one context might not work in other. What works with one organization or one classroom might not work with the next. So I still have a lot of questions. One of them being, what am I supposed to do? Do I really represent the people in the room, or do I just do an intervention with my drawings and show them how diverse their team could be, even though their team is not diverse? Like, what's my role in an organization when I come in to take these visual notes? And then, if the paper is white and I don't put color, am I being inclusive, or I'm still just drawing white people? And if I do just colorful people, am I being inclusive, or I'm just avoiding the topic or the theme and the problem? And now, because all the questions cannot be for me, my question for you is, how would this translate in your professional environment?
Elaborate on the question, please.
So what I was talking about, how to be mindful of the type of images or scenarios that you're using, all this diversity and inclusion and the different layers, how would that translate? What would you think of whenever you're gonna use a tool like this, either in a classroom or an organization or with a team?
Do you have to write it?
If you want, yeah, but. Oh, I have 1 minute, so maybe importance of understanding the complexity of being inclusive. You can keep writing, I'll go back to it. But do you remember this slide? My question is, if we're not using images where people or participants can see themselves, if we're not using scenarios where people feel included, if we're not fostering that diversity, how do we want people to really take down those barriers and take ownership and feel heard if they're not feeling included? So this is the quote I was talking about. The first step of any form of action is awareness. So I'm inviting you to be aware of this and try to be mindful when you're using illustrations or images in whatever context you're going to be using them. And, you know, the first step to solving the problem is not hiding from it. So if we start thinking about the things we're going to use, we might not get it always right, and I'm sure I will not get it always right, but I'm trying and I'm evolving, and I'm like, you know, at least being aware and asking myself questions and trying to improve on it. And I'll just leave you with this one. So what does it take for your students, or if you're in an organizational setting, for your team to see themselves in the picture? Thank you. Any questions or comments? Yes.
How did you end up with your job? Because it's really cool. It is really cool.
But if you have time for a coffee. I started in fine arts, moved into business, ended up in applied human sciences. And when I was in one of the classes that we were talking about facilitation tools, art-based methods came up. And I've always taken notes, and not in a linear way, and then a professor brought up to me that there's a field called graphic facilitation, and I take some notes like this. So my notebooks never have lines, and then I started practicing, and that's how I ended up doing it. And then at the beginning it just sounded like something fun, but the more I reflect on it, the more I realize that there's a complexity behind it. And for the tool to really be successful, there's a lot of things that we have to take into account when we're using it. You had a question?
Yeah, well, answering to your question, there wasn't much time to
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, but as I did yours, like I was just talking to them about it, that like identifying the needs of the learners, it's one of the biggest challenges as educators. Like especially when you have a really complex context, where it's so diverse and there is so many power relations that mitigate like oppression, right?
Yeah.
So it's really like I don't think there is a right answer. Like maybe that's gonna end up being your answer. You know, like I don't think there is a right answer for like you know, like trying to like one will try to include everyone, but at some point there is so much diversity that you end up excluding someone, and it's not your intention to do it, but like, you know, I don't know, it's complex.
So there were two main things that came up. One was like, when in question, just ask. Like there's stuff that I'm not sure, and the same way I said, okay, yes, I'm part of like visible minorities. I also know I carry a lot of privileges with me, and I'm an educated person, and I had a lot of opportunities that other people have not. So that makes me also blind to other, or not aware of other differences. And yes, I'm going to make mistakes, but as far as the communication is open, and you know, I make participants comfortable to come and approach me, and more than once participants have come to me and say like, don't draw this, like this is not the way. And I always have my white stickers that is the same color of the paper, put the sticker on top, and then draw on top whatever. Or I ask them, okay, how do you think I could represent that? That is a way that you see yourself in it, or that is not, you know, offensive, or whatever it is. So it's like, it's just about awareness and openness to this dialogue that I guess will keep evolving. But Nat?
Yeah, I was just curious too, because sometimes I would imagine perhaps you run into difficulty if you do try to represent something from a given culture or a feature of a given ethnic background.
Yeah.
And it might backfire in the sense that people are saying, oh, well, just because I'm part of that culture, I don't have that feature.
Yeah.
Like politics, you're never gonna win.
Yeah, so because I know, for instance, as a teacher, you know, I try to get picture books that represent different backgrounds and different cultures and different ethnicities. But the problem I find with a lot of them is that the book focuses on a stereotype of that culture. And I'm like, yes, I want to talk about things that are well known about these cultures, but I also want to show that not everybody from that culture is necessarily going to follow that trend or whatever.
That's just an interesting visual that I had found, so it's kind of related to that, but how hard it is sometimes to find, like, when you talk about diversity in children's books, like, there's more representation of animals and tribes than American Indians, First Nation, Latinos, or Asian Pacific. So I have a 1 minute to go if there's any other questions.
No, but I just want to say that I like the fact that emotions and characters, like when you draw them, I find them more relatable than features. And if I would want to identify myself with a drawing, I look for something that's expressive in a psychological way rather than shape-wise.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I do read books to kids, and it's so true. I always, whenever I like hold a book, it's always a white kid in the book. Always.
Yeah.
I've never read a book with people of color.
But someone said it in the comments about, like I'm a white male, I see myself. So it's also about being aware of those privileges that we have. And it's like, just being aware and being aware that because we have those privileges, we might be not aware of some other things.
Yeah.
And again, it's just a dialogue about emotions or different layers. So many participants brought up the fact, I hate when people talk about depression and they draw someone like this. They're like, I might be depressed and smiling at you. That doesn't represent me. Or so there was a lot about, also the way that, we're going to represent a teacher, an apple on top of the desk. That's not a teacher. That's not who I am. Or that doesn't represent me. So the easier way to go when we're taking visual notes is to use those stereotypes. But then how do we move away from them and still use a tool that could be really helpful for us to learn, to collaborate, and so on. So I'll urge you to try these type of tools in the classroom or in your teams, but also to be mindful of the way we use them. Thanks.
a really bad flu.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate.
I've seen Kama like go in my McGill.
I guess it's fine.
Yeah. Or you know what, guys? I'll just stand.
Okay, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah.
I feel so special, like it's a private.
Yeah, it's like a private. You guys are like my intimate little committee. Okay, well, good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I know, like we just said, it's been a really long day, but this has been such an intellectually inspiring event, so I'm happy to be the anchor. My name's Stephanie Ho. I'm my first year of DICE in the PhD system at McGill. I am also, however, a practicing English language arts teacher. I teach grade 11 at St. George's of Montreal, so this was largely inspired by my students and their needs. So just a little brief intro into surrealism. It's a surrealist pedagogy that I'm actually interested in implementing, and that's my research, which I'm going to share with you today, my research plan and the small trajectory of what I have to give in 15 minutes. In case you were wondering, I'm going to give a small definition, but I'll revisit it afterwards. Surrealism originally at the base was an artistic movement. It was born in the 1920s in Paris. It was led by somebody called André Breton, so I focus a lot on him in my research, but it was picked up by loads of different artists who came from all over the world. They all congregated in Paris. I spent half of my life in Paris, so I am very, very interested in a movement that originated with this French soil, but has since grown and inspired so many different artistic thoughts. However, you may be wondering, if I'm teaching ELA, what on earth does that have to do with surrealism? I'm going to go backwards now. So, as I said, I'm an English language arts teacher. I've been inspired by this movement, but for a reason. There's a total lack of criticality and creativity in my secondary ELA class. There was a specific moment I want to share with you that inspired this huge turn of events. Literally, it served as a snowball for my research. What it was we were reading Cat on a Hot Tin Roof by Tennessee Williams, and I love it. It's juicy, it's sexy, it's really dramatic. I was thinking that my grade 11 kids would eat it up. And there's this one moment where Maggie, the protagonist, is talking to her husband Brick, who is a presumed closet homosexual, and she's recounting her extramarital affair that she had with his best friend, whom she also believes has feelings for her husband. So she's, angry, and she's spitting it all out. She's describing it in really gory detail. And then there's a moment where she's talking about it, and it's so uncomfortable as a reader. And she says, when Skipper and I were together and it, quote, didn't work. And so I read it to my students, and I waited, and I was trying to see how they would react. It was like crickets. Oh. And so I was like, oh darn, what happened? Maybe they didn't hear me, maybe I need to repeat myself over and over, so I did that. I repeated it over and over, and I stressed the it didn't work part, but I still got nothing.
I wanted to know what they felt from this passage. Why did they not react? I thought that they would love situations of extramarital affairs and sexiness and juiciness and closeted homosexuality, but they didn't have any action. I was like, what do you think? And they said, Ms. Ho, isn't it just easier if you give me the answer? And I was shocked. Because in English language arts, I think of it as being humanity and emotions and human sentiments. And then afterwards, well, there goes my notes. I was thinking, so it's improv now. I was thinking, well, what does this mean then? They think that English language arts has one answer, and that is scary because it doesn't. So then I thought, what's to blame for this problem? Why, if we go backwards to how I was inspired for this project, why are our classrooms not critical? So I went home and I told my husband about this horrible event. I was marred, and he said, you know what? Kids just aren't critical these days. And I said, well, that's not an answer. Why? Who's to blame? Is it the kids' fault because they're millennials and there's this generational difference that we keep speaking about but we don't actually reference? Or is it like my fault as a teacher? And I was not thinking that there was a lack of enthusiasm or anything there, and I have the resources. I don't have funding restraints within the institution, so that's not really to blame either. And then I was thinking like, okay, fine, blame it on society then. But if we start to blame society, we have to think about why we're blaming society. So what are the origins? And the reality is that I was committing the same flaw as them. I blame them, and I said, guys, there's not just one answer in ELA, but I was thinking in my quest for finding a problem of their lack of criticality that there was one answer for the problem. That was erroneous and flawed. So then I realized I had to go backwards again and layer my approach in figuring out why they weren't being critical. Another light bulb moment, I made this pastel, and I was inspired by Gustave Courbet's Origins of the Universe, if you've seen it. It bears no resemblance to this, but I was inspired. And then I showed it to my students, after doing this, I showed it to my students. I said, guys, look, this is in the library right now, and I made it. And they said, oh, that's great, Ms. Ho. What does it mean? And then I was like, why does that even matter? When you look at work, any work, be it a painting or be it a work of fiction, why does it matter what it means? What does it make you feel? That's how I react to English language arts. And then they said, well, how am I supposed to feel? That was really a trigger. This connected to this, and I realized that my ELA problem is not just an educational political one, it's an artistic problem. And I cannot just treat it as an education vacuum. I have to consider the artistic element if I want to bring back criticality and creativity. So that's what I'm doing for my research. For my first candidacy paper at McGill, I'm planning on taking surrealism with the artistic politics and everything that's involved in it and linking it to our neoliberal ELA classrooms. Why I say neoliberal? Well, we talk about the society, we're living within a neoliberal context of market exchange, individualized privatized interests. All of this plays into how we look at our classrooms, but in my case, arts-based classrooms. And it's what's systematically taking out, in my opinion, the art from the English language arts. That's why I feel I'm teaching English language science instead of English language arts. It's as if we can systematically deconstruct a text in the same way that we deconstruct formulas or math, and then we realize that we're doing that in our learned human practices of interacting with people, and that when you look at our relationships, it has a trickle-down effect because then we think we can analyze everything, and there's not just one answer. Critical pedagogy critiques this. I'm focusing on Henry Giroux, but there's origins in Paulo Freire, there's origins in Gramsci. Critical pedagogy is essentially an emancipatory approach, which looks at freeing the individual in terms of thinking, in terms of educational politics, systematically breaking down the power structures linked to systems like neoliberalism. I see that critical pedagogy can speak to the education, surrealism can speak to the art. Together, they're going to form a joint dialogue in treating my art education. That's what I'm planning on doing, taking these three conceptually really distant bodies that historically don't even exist together and linking them via theory. This, in and of itself, is a surrealist activity. The surrealists worked in taking associations that are random and distant
and unexpected, and showing how if you rework your idea of the world, you can link together things that are completely dissimilar. That's what I plan on doing. I'm using it as a method, but I'm also using it as a theory. These are my research objectives. First, I have two. First, I want to explore the pedagogical and social impacts of surrealism as a mechanism for restoring that imaginative freedom I spoke about and deconstructing conceptual barriers. So these include normative standards, curricular constraints, in classrooms we all have that, status quo power relations, all in my ELA classroom. Next, however, I want to examine how we can use surrealism as an artistic movement to be a political and pedagogical model to treat the problems in contemporary ELA classrooms. It's not expected, but I want to see how it can work. Following this creation of surrealist play, where I'm going to play with associations and make a new way of looking at the problems in English arts education, I'm going to apply it to my actual grade 11 classroom. So moving from theory to methods. I'm going to test what's going on via this ethos of surrealist play, and I'm going to try and create a laboratory of critical exchange, critical discussion. And the way we do that is by breaking down, if you guys saw the last presentation about pictures, breaking down those existing power structures that happen, breaking down our accepted common sense ways of viewing the world. We're not going to get to being critical if we're trying to move around the way that we actually think. We think that way for a reason. So let's look it in the face and aim to deconstruct it. These ideas that I'm talking about are ideas of social constructs like masculinity and femininity, ideas of poverty, ideas of privilege, ideas of success and failure, but also power relationships that exist in as localized a level as the classroom or family. You know, mothers and fathers, parents and children, politicians versus the people, administration versus teachers, teachers versus students. These are all so implicit, they're also unspoken. And alongside this, things that we don't speak about, there's other elements that are latent which we also don't speak about. Those are things like racialized power relations, things like sex, things like religion, all of these elements which are so sticky, so we've, in our beautiful, perfect, white, male, conservative, neoliberal society, figured out ways to speak around them. And so I feel that this frank, just method of surrealism, which at the base aims to access free thought and authentic expression via the imagination, that's the way we're going to make ELA more critical. So in terms of contributions to knowledge, well, as a teacher, I know that we feel powerless. And I know my students are too. We critique them by saying, you're not critical enough. They critique us by saying, you're restricting my freedom. This pedagogy of opening the gates for discussion and deconstruction and rethinking our world via the microcosm of the classroom can lead towards empowerment. I want to experiment it, as I said, within that laboratory environment with inciting social change via agency and autonomy in our learners who are the future citizens of the world. And as I said, this is novel, I think, a link between ELA, contemporary ELA in practice, surrealism as a historic movement, which people feel exists within a vacuum and doesn't move, and then critical pedagogy, which seems radical and seems completely isolated to critiquing politics, but doesn't really seem like it has any relationship with art. I feel by looking at these things in conjunction, we can start to move towards making English less of a science and making it so that we can really optimize the creative potential that can happen within secondary English language arts. So if I have time, do I have any more time? Oh, fantastic. Okay, so I just wanted to give you some small little nuggets of what this implementation is going to look like. So I don't plan, surrealism does not plan on destroying systems. It doesn't plan on breaking things down in a very linear way. If anything, everything is the opposite of linear. It aims at cleverly taking a step back and creatively subverting a system. So that's what I plan on doing. We're not, as teachers, going to be able to emancipate ourselves by breaking down the QEP. That's just not going to happen, nor do I want to, right? There's actually the QEP aims to create autonomy, and it lists that. Autonomy and criticality in individuals. But why is that not happening? So I feel like if teachers actually empower themselves and recognize that we have the potential to actually be so much better than we're being. We're blaming all these other things, and again, we're looking around a problem by not looking at it in the face. We're not recognizing all of the systems that have been put in place to take away our potential. If we reclaim it, we can be critical within the classroom, we can work with what we have. Tasks such as article writing. Well, I feel that article writing is a great task. My colleagues complain about it a lot. If we use things like found poetry and collage, we can have a basis, collage like what we did in Lynn's class, collage, we can create surrealist play where students can have a basis upon which they can actually develop critical critiques on their world, critical ideas of contemporary society. They're linking here to there, and that's what I always want them to do. That's the basis of article writing. We're actually fulfilling a QEP mandate. Things like reading response, so dry, so boring, right? But why? Why? You know, when I read a novel, I'm always making real world connections naturally, but I don't understand why that's not intuitive for students. If we start isolating those real world issues that are alluded to in a text, even inadvertently. Well, first of all, closeted homosexuality, which is within Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Well, why don't we start deconstructing sexuality? Why don't we start deconstructing desire? Oh, because it's sticky, it's uncomfortable. Oh, I don't want to talk about hormones. But why? Why don't we talk about these things? They're real. If we talk about these elements, it can make reading response so much more human. And that, in and of itself, is taking existing systems and working with them. It's not a matter of always blaming the system. It's a matter of looking at the system in the face and recognizing how I can work with it and how I can actually deconstruct what's wrong with it. So that's my plan. That's my plan. I have some references, you know, but I'm so open to any feedback you have. Thank you guys. Oh my God. Thank you. You're such a great audience.
To be honest, I felt like I was watching a really cool TED Talk.
Oh, that's such a compliment.
And I wish you were my English teacher. I wish you were my English teacher so bad.
You're so sweet. Now I will sit down because I'm not nervous anymore.
How did you come with this up? Like, were you sitting in a bathtub with wine and like, wow, this is really good shit. Like, how did you come up with this?
Well, it was a little bit like that. Like, literally, it's so funny, and I think this is, again, something that should be exploited, is how inspiration can come in the most random of moments, and all of us, our students included, can come, but we disregard those moments, you know? Say you're in a bathtub and you're like, oh, I have a really good idea, but we don't run with it, right? I wasn't in a bathtub, but I was introduced to surrealism because I told you guys, like I spend half of my life in France, and but I went to school for a little bit in France, and I was introduced to surrealism, and then afterwards I kind of put it aside, you know? I did the neoliberal thing. But then I came back to it because I realized that it's not just an art movement, it's really a way of thinking. If you start subverting the real, then you've got a lot more of life to live, right? Your life is so much more interesting if you don't take things at face value and what society has told you is real.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, I have a comment and a question as well. First, congratulations.
Thanks.
It's a breath of fresh air to see a presentation like this, like lanes that are, connected to neoliberal,
I wish I had seen yours.
Critical pedagogy. It gives me hope. In the society when I see something like that. I see you every week in the
Yeah, we have a class together.
But I didn't know you were doing that, and that's amazing. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
What you're doing, and I love that you're implementing collage. There's poetry. This is amazing. I'm so happy that you're doing this, and it gives me motivation to think about doing that as well. For
sure.
So that's very, very nice.
Please keep us in the loop about your research because we want to know what's going on.
Definitely. I wanna share. Yeah.
Please do.
The whole thing. Oh, you're so sweet.
It's a bit of a boring question.
It's okay.
I didn't want to use my phone in your face, so I'm going to ask my boring question instead of Googling it. But what's the age of the characters in the text that you read with your grade 11?
The Cat on a Hot Tin Roof.
Yeah.
The age Maggie and Brick. It's not explicitly stated, but Brick is actually the younger brother. It reads as if he's the older one, but he's actually the younger. It's just that he's more handsome.
Are they teenagers?
No. They're married in a monogamous relationship. So the assumption is that they're early 20s.
Early 20s.
Yeah.
Do you think that you would get a different reaction from your students if you used the book with teenagers in them?
That's a good idea.
Of their actual age, and that they're going through similar life events? Could it be that they just couldn't connect with a married couple?
Could be.
That it was meaningless to them on a certain level, except for maybe reminding them maybe of their parents, like some aspects of it, like the fighting or the routines and stuff like that. So I'm just wondering, like, have you tried that, like a book that's really for their age, and then apply it, like everything you said was wonderful, but apply it with young adult literature or children's literature?
It's such a good point because as a department, we oftentimes discuss the canon.
Yeah.
And why Tennessee Williams is like a white male author, right? And we pretty much only do white male authors in terms of a novel study. But what you're speaking about, we have dipped into relatable texts, queer fiction, female authors, ethnic minorities, and it's always only summer reading. It's never actually yeah, it is. And we're a progressive school. Yeah.
I would highly recommend Simon versus the Homo Sapien Agenda. It's exactly late high school.
Would it be suitable for 16-year-olds?
They're 16 in the book. It's coming of age. He's figuring out his orientation.
That's fabulous.
And anyway, there's lots of great authors out there for exactly teenagers. And so I was just wondering, like, if it would at all impact your research.
I think it definitely could.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's
okay.
45.
Okay. Is there? I think there's a transition phase after, right?
There is, but
okay. Yeah. No, for sure.
But yeah, so I would love to hear.
Yeah.
Like, I will grab. Like, I mean, I see you on the schedule. I will follow up on your stuff and. But yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on like.
Yeah, but this concept of relevancy, and once again, it goes back to the last presentation on representation in photos and images, is that you bring up the point of students are probably not seeing themselves in literature, so they're tuning out, right? Or, I have a friend who was supposed to present today. She is doing visual media and, films and television shows, and that is completely the opposite of what you're seeing here, dead white guys, right? But within surrealism, if there's any token of hope, is that there's this element of working within constraints. So I feel that if I don't have the ability to deal with an actually socially relevant text, what I aim to do is to take the canon and subvert it. And to
ditch highbrow literature altogether.
But if ditching is that's what I do in my common day practice.
Yeah.
But if it's not possible within the Quebec education program, we have to learn to read it differently. And we cannot just say, yo, this is normal. It's white people, it's normal. We have to recognize that what you just said. Is that normal that there's this monogamous couple and that it's just an understood, taken for granted perspective that they have to get married? And why is it that it's not actually explicitly discussed, this closeted homosexuality, and why is it seen as deviancy? These types of ways are almost, we haven't even done it yet. If ditching highbrow literature is what we want to do. But in the world, but in society, how realistic is that if we're giving students an image of the world? Are we ditching highbrow structures in the world? Unfortunately not, right? There's so much good creative energy happening, but it's always getting swept under the table. So why don't we show students who are existing at the lower level how to rise up and to think their way out of these structures?
I just want to say one last thing. I don't have to go. Yeah. But I'm not sure how. I came from Toronto, so Ontario curriculum is different than Quebec. But I mean, I read the same. It was the same canon every year. That,
Great Gatsby, To Kill a Mockingbird.
But that's also because you're expected to, like, if you want to go on and study humanities in the universities or whatever, right? Like, you also like, I mean, obviously in a perfect world, we'd be able to ditch all of that, or maybe complement it, like read one novel or give them an option to read a novel that, I'm not sure, but I empathize with the lack of flexibility that you have. Like you have to read like the specific books, or you have to read like I don't know about here, but like you have to read one Shakespeare play every year, and like you have to read the whatever, and like you don't really.
As if it gives, but that in and of itself, we don't have the time, unfortunately. I could talk to you guys for days. If you're interested in reading Rose and Kinchelo, which was in my references, these authors actually speak exactly to what you two are saying. The idea of this is a problem that there's high and low art, not even just high and low literature. There's a problem that there's high and low art. Why are we not including, quote, popular, which is such a derogatory term, popular, which is actually real literature in the classrooms? It's a problem. But because of what you're saying, there's this latent expectation that it's explicit, it's not even hidden. The idea that certain art forms are legitimized. And so Rose and Kinchelo really deconstruct that, and that's really the crux of what I'm trying to do with my pedagogy. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy I'm done.
That was amazing.
Oh, thank you guys.
Who's
I have two.